Howdy folks, Corky Duke Farminator here. Come with me if you want to farm. This is Farming Simulator 22, Silverrun Forest, a Woody Johnson farm, part 2. A brand new map I started yesterday. And I like this map. It's beautiful. It's got some great scenery in it. And it's a little bit different. You know, you're not really farming, you're logging. So, alright, now where did my truck go? Ah, where is it? Where is it today? Alright, can't find anything right now. Alright, there we go. I think I'm already parked and cutting down trees. I am. Okay. Along here? Yeah, okay. Okay. How many more do we got? Right there. 9 more. Alright. For tree hunting. 60,000. We'll wait till we get some more iron ore piled up. And we got quite a ways to go before we fill that up. Hell, I got good news. Lindsey Graham died, that fucking piece of shit. I think he died choking on Trump's cum. You always knew where he was. He was fucking halfway up Trump's ass. And it looks like Mitch McConnell, who I hate even worse, is brain dead. And of course, Republicans are cheating, trying to hold on to a seat, keep it warm, so they don't have a special election, which they know they can't win right now. It's interesting how all the screaming the Republicans are doing about election fraud, yet they're the ones actually committing it. You just can't find a more dishonest bunch of fucking thieves in political history of any country than Republicans right now. Bunch of goddamn fucking lying thieves. So here's the thing, you know, if Mitch McConnell is brain dead, then he needs to be replaced. There needs to be a special election. But they don't want to do that. They might lose that Senate seat. Get ready for a blue tsunami this November. Here's another difference. Graham Plattner, a Democrat, that was accused of all those rapes. And what the Democrats do? They convinced him to withdraw from the election. What do Republicans do when they have a rapist running for office? They elect him as president. The two parties are not the same. Not even close. Those Epstein files are coming out, and they are going to make... There's something in those Epstein files that is scaring Trump to fucking hell. He is scared to death of something in there. And it's probably rape and murder. I mean, there's already documents been released where he's raping 12 and 13-year-old girls. Those are children, by the way. Well, he's a child rapist. So one of the next amendment we need to put in the Constitution is that if you've been convicted of a felony, you can't not only just run for president, you can't be in Congress, you can't be on the Supreme Court or nothing. All the place you can be is in prison. If Merrick Garland had more damn balls, he would be in prison. He wouldn't be sitting in the White House. You needed to hire Jack Smith 2 years before you actually did, dipshit. You wouldn't be in this fucking mess. ICE agents are killing American citizens. So where are all these Second Amendment gun nuts at? Don't tread on me. Unless you're a Republican, then you can tread on me all you want. But if you're a Democrat, no. No. You can't do that. But you're a Republican, go ahead. These people are choosing political party over country every fucking time. Republican, hey, you kill my daughter, I don't care. But Democrat, don't you say a nasty word. Don't you dare. The hypocrisy is just, it's obvious. I mean, it's glaring. And if they were capable of shame, they'd be shameful. But they're not capable of it. I'm just so sick of it. Damn, I'm sick of it. Spent $311 on groceries the other day. We didn't buy much. I mean, basically, in a couple of days, we're going to be close to running out of groceries. If you think you don't need to hear this, then you need to hear this. And his corruption, oh my God, it's unparalleled. I get so sick of hearing the word unprecedented. Because that's all Trump has been, is unprecedented. And that's why maybe we need something stronger than just norms, actual laws that prevent him from being corrupt, prevent our Supreme Court justices from taking gifts. Clarence Thomas, or what's his new name? Clarence Thomas? Oh, piece of shit. Why didn't they listen to Anita Hill? Hey, how you doing? He's the worst president in American history. Probably the world history, man. I'm glad you agree. Welcome aboard. Thanks for joining the stream. I'm a former Republican. I used to vote Republican. I have voted for Republican since 2012. The last time I voted for Republican. And I'll probably never vote for him again. Donald Trump is... You heard about the new Epstein files and all the shit he's done to 12 and 13-year-olds? I know. And speaking of that, what about Mitch McConnell? I mean, look at him. He's brain dead right now, and Republicans are hiding it. And Lindsey Graham died last night. Did you know that? At least they didn't try to hide that, fucking lying pieces of shit. So we're going to have a special election in South Carolina. And the person running against Lindsey Graham was already out polling him. I think it's a woman, actually. She was already out polling Lindsey Graham. They were talking about she might win it in November. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. It's beyond sick. It's fucking evil. You just don't hurt children like that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, this pisses me off so damn much. What ICE agents are doing to American citizens, man. I just can't watch too many news programs because I get so fucking pissed at what's going on. Yeah, he died last night. Lindsey Graham is out of the way. He is dead. I saw a bunch of Facebook posts this morning when I was getting off of work, and I thought, is this for true? Then I heard some reliable independent news sources saying that it was, and I was like, damn, that's awesome. That fucking piece of shit. He probably died choking on Trump's cum. Fucking piece of shit. Always had his fucking nose all the way up Trump's ass. Yep. That's all Republicans are doing right now. They're using their power to hurt Americans, not help them. They finally get together and to pass that housing bill, and I guess that is law now. And then Trump doesn't sign it, and you know he's going to try and take credit for it too when it starts doing good things. But that housing bill did become law because it waited the necessary time, and it's law now. So I'm looking at buying a house, so I think I'm going to benefit from that. Which is good. I'm living in a 2-bedroom apartment with my roommate and his grandson, so we need a 3-bedroom house. So a backyard where he can play. I know. That was horrible in Houston, Texas. And I don't understand why Texas, because Texas is as red Republican as you can get. I understand why he went in Minnesota, why he sent ICE to Minnesota, because it's a blue state, but not understanding why they're doing it in Texas. It never was about immigration or illegal immigrants. It's about establishing a private military. That's what he wants, which they're not trained. You know, once a Democrat gets in power, they're going to go up against the U.S. Army and the Marines. Forget it. You're going to be wiped out. I know. The Save America Act, which is nothing but a voter suppression bill. That's all it is. If you want to register to vote, you got to get a passport under that piece of shit bill, or a passport or a birth certificate. I have no idea where my birth certificate is, and I really don't feel like I should have to buy a passport just to fucking vote. You know, voter fraud is almost non-existent. It very seldom happens, and it seems when it does happen, it seems to be Republicans who are committing voter fraud. There's 5 cases I remember of voter fraud in 2020, all done by Republicans. One guy's wife died and he used her name to vote for Trump. I know that if Democrats take over the White House in 28, whoever it is, that first administration is going to be nothing but a cleanup job to try and fix all the shit that Trump did. Well, hopefully this means Republicans won't get elected, won't control House and Senate and the White House for the next 50 years, because that's what happened in the 1930s because of the President Hoover and the Great Depression. Oh yeah. Oh, he's definitely a racist. And how, you can't claim he's not a racist when he says about the Charlotte thing that there were good people on both sides. White people, racists are not good people. They're not. They're simply not good people. I literally drove 600 miles out of my way to vote in the 24 election. Um, my birth mom had died about a week before the election, and I was up in Michigan, where I'm originally from, and I thought the funeral was going to be Monday, and then the election was Tuesday, and so I thought I could go to the funeral and then go home to vote. Come to find out that we couldn't have the funeral until Thursday, so I literally had to drive all the way back to Tennessee, vote, and then drive all the way up for the funeral on Thursday. Hey Austin, how you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. I'm glad you're doing fantastic. So I literally drove 600 miles out because there's no way I was sitting out that election. It was too important. I sat out the 2016 election because Trump had lost my vote when he said he was going to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it. And that told me that he's not in touch with reality. And I was a Republican back then. But I was a Republican, so I believed the lies they were telling about Hillary Clinton. And so I didn't vote in that election. What's your question, Austin? Sorry, no Reaper combines in this one. Don't have enough farmland for a Reaper combine. Yeah, I don't think Trump's going to make it to 28 either. Hopefully he doesn't. Hopefully the Democrats take over the House and Senate, impeach and remove him by January of next year. And then he can go to prison after that, die in prison. That's what I really want him to do, to die in fucking prison. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I love playing it too. I live stream it almost every day. But I play games on my other channel too. I've got another channel. Hey Jody, I've got parody songs that I wrote. Oh, really? Yeah. I don't think we're going to get much of a break from J.D. Vance either once he takes over. I think he's going to pretty much do what Trump's been doing. And that's just disgusting. But he'll be a lot easier to impeach and remove than Trump is. Just want somebody normal in the presidency. Somebody is actually concerned for Americans and our financial situation, which stinks right now. Corky Duke. I can play my parody songs here on my... No, I guess I can't. I've been having problems with this. Let me see if it'll come up. It's Corky Duke. There's a link to it at the bottom of this channel. Oh, maybe it will work. Hold on. One of my parody songs has over 73,000 views on it. It's called 1776. It's a parody of 1976. About the first 2 years of the American Revolution. Hey, it looks like it is finally going to work. You want me to go ahead and play them here? And you can listen to them right here. I'll just play them on my phone. I got 1776, a parody of 1976. Daddy Can't Find His Arm, a parody of Daddy Won't Sell the Farm. Man, I Feel Like a Mormon, a parody of Man, I Feel Like a Woman. Lay, a parody of Stay. Born to Fry, a parody of Born to Fly. Should Have Been a Schoolboy, a parody of Should Have Been a Cowboy. Donut Rolls, a parody of Thugger Rolls. Marry a Bunny, a parody of Marry for Money. It's you can just search for it on YouTube. Should come up. Or 1776 is the only one I've got available on iTunes and Spotify. You'll have to search for it under 1776, a parody of 1976. That's the official name of it. Oh, J.D. Vance is totally clueless. I think it's going to work. I want to go ahead and just play it here. I think my phone's finally going to work. I'll go ahead and play it for you if you like. Here it is. Oh yeah, it's got... Well, maybe it's not going to work. I've been having problems with my phone. There's got to be something wrong with my phone because I've been having problems with it at work. It won't let me watch videos at work. Yeah, it's not going to work. Yeah, it's Corky Duke is the channel. Here's what it looks like. Yeah, sure. You can send him a link. What do I got left? And then you gotta check out the Dirty parody that I wrote. She's in Love with Her Toys, which is a parody of She's in Love with the Boy by Trisha Yearwood. That's funny, but it's filthy. I gotta warn you, it is filthy, but it's hilarious. I love U.S. history too. No, I'm a history buff, and my other channel is a bunch of history games that I play, like close combat games that I play, and Bomber Crew. not really history, but it's close enough. Not real historically accurate, but it's close enough. It's about B-17s of World War II, so. 15th Air Force. And I just started a new campaign, Super Bowl 60, which I should have done months ago, but got a little burnout on Bomber Crew, so I think I'm going to get the taste for it again and start playing it again, because after that I got Super Bowl 10 to do. What I like about Bomber Crew is you can create your own nose art for the bomber. I've created some really good nose arts for some of my campaigns, like Major League and Detroit Lions. I thought it was a good nose art. Denver Broncos. Where's this last tree at? Gotta find it. No problem. Uh-oh, is this it? This might be it. This is not it. I'm working on trying to get my other parody songs on Spotify, and CD Baby is what I'm using. And then I've only recorded 10 of them. I wrote a total of 30 of them. Some of the other ones are really funny, and some of them are dirty too. Like All I Want Is a Wife and She Came, my Carrie Underwood parody. Jody, do you listen to country music? Because they're mostly country parodies. Yep. Yeah, I'm doing some forestry now instead of farming. That's why I call it the Woody Johnson farm. How's your Woody Johnson today? Hard. Gotta find that last damn tree. Where the hell is it? Okay, cool. I've got 2 Alan Jackson parodies that I wrote. One is 1776. The other one, and let me tell you the story of how I wrote 1776. I was writing my other Alan Jackson parody to Small Town Southern Man called Overweight Southern Man. And there's no chorus in it, so I had to write like 46 lines of parody. And I got a little burnt out at it. And so I was just taking a little rest, and I was looking at the CD, and I saw this song called 1976 on the CD. And I thought, and I remember the bicentennial very well. It was much better than our 250th anniversary. But, oh, yeah, thanks. I appreciate that, Jody. So I listened to it, and as soon as I was done, being a history buff, I thought, well, I can write a parody called 1776. As soon as I had that thought, I had the first line down, and then that was followed by the next line. And all of a sudden, I had the whole chorus done. I thought, I've got something here. So I put Overweight Southern Man to the side, and I worked on 1776. And about 4 hours later, I had the song done. Then I went, what you do when you write a song is you put it away for like a month, and you come back and take a fresh look at it. And when I did that, I was thinking, well, I'm going to change this, I'm going to change that. When I read it, I was like, I don't think I'm going to change a thing. I wound up changing one word, and the one word I changed was document to parchment, because it was originally they signed a document to change the world, and I changed it to parchment because that's what it actually was. It was written on parchment, the Declaration of Independence. So. And the only other change I made was just before recording, because originally it was Men Died Around the Concord Green, which wasn't historically accurate. And then I didn't think that I could fit Lexington Green in there. And then I kind of sang it out a couple times. I said, I can't fit that in there, so I'm going with that. So when I recorded it, that's when I made that change. And then other than that, it's all originally written. except for those 2 changes. There's a battle for Concord fought over the old North Bridge. There it is. I found it. Finally found it. Or have you tried 25? Because I have for some reason my computer's having problems with 25. I don't know why, but it is. 25 is pretty good. I mean, I don't think it's great, but it's good. Okay, now we gotta load these logs up. Do you? Alrighty. Yeah, there are some good maps. At first it was like all they were doing was kind of repeating the 22 maps. But from what I understand, they got some different maps on there now. 19? Oh, I haven't played that in a while. A long time. I hate it when it does that. Why does it do that shit? God, look at that. What is the deal with that? Why does that happen? God, that is so annoying. All 3. Well, that's good because that breaks up the monotony of just playing one game all the time. Which could be where I'm at with the 22 here. Oh, crap. Alright, that worked out good. No, I didn't put any down here, did I? Better check to be sure. I don't think so. No, I didn't. Hey Lonnie, how you doing? Thanks for joining the stream. My brand new map here. Flight Simulator 20. Was that the one with the you play the so I used to play a flight simulator game where you could play it was World War II in Europe. You could play like fly P-51s or P-47. Is that what that is? 'Cause I used to play that. I thought it was a good game. Had a joystick. Blue and red. '20 and '24. How are we doing with the? Oh, look at that. We almost got planks. I bet we don't. Nothing there. I think the planks pop up here, don't they? Yeah, we don't have them yet. All right. Hey, you know what kind of coffee they served on the Titanic, don't you? Sanka, with their iceberg lettuce in the salad. I gotta cut this grass. Get that grass ready for the sheep I'm gonna buy. I am gonna need sheep. Dark blue, dark blue and dark red. Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Lonnie. Didn't mean to make a joke about it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have made that joke. Sorry about that. I know. I know. Well, I thought it was closer to 1,500. You know, Captain Smith was going to retire after he got into New York City because this is supposed to be his last voyage. But he was supposed to retire from White Star Liners. And you know what's even sadder? Even if they had enough lifeboats, they wouldn't have had enough time to get everybody in them. That ship sank too damn fast. And yet, he don't want to does that shit. All Smith had to do was slow the ship down, but he was pressured by what's his name? That little coward that jumped on the lifeboat. He was one of the designers of the ship, I think. Not the main designer, but he was pressuring the captain to try to, you know, get in New York City even earlier than what they were expected. Try and marvel everybody at their speed. They had ice warnings all damn day. Nothing but ice warnings for passing ships. And was it the California that actually stopped in the ocean and just stood there because it was too dangerous to go full tilt? And the movie kind of makes a comment about that, about Captain Smith, everything he knows is working against him because, a ship that big with such a small rudder is not going to be able to turn very fast. So for Sergeant, I wonder if it'd help if they put a bigger rudder on it, so it'd be a little bit more maneuverable. Right now, I love this map. It's beautiful. I mean, it's got some really scenic sights in it. And right now, I'm just trying to get some of the basic products produced by the old sawmill, which is planks, long planks, wood beams, and prefab walls. So that's what I'm trying to get. And then I'll add, I'll buy the wood turner. I'll have to buy that. Furniture factory, wood turner. Barrel factory, buy the boat yard, launch a boat. What do I need? I need 6,000 wood beams, 4,000 wood planks. I can start working on this right away. I'm going to need the metal though. I don't need 480 metal right now. Okay. All right. That looks good. We just let more metal build up, and then I've got an iron furnace, so I just don't have anything in it yet. I love this map. It's a beautiful map. Two of them right there. Five X or more? Is that a map? Look at that shit. Oh, the coaster? Oh, yeah, I know. That's just for the first. Yeah, I know. That's just for the first. Man, you gotta be kidding. The first phase of it. Because it goes in like sections, I guess, or something. Ah. I don't know how to say it, but the first section, I guess. You can actually see the roller coaster being built, so it's pretty cool. And I'll get to ride it when it's done. Actually, keeps track of how many times you ride it. Number of roller coaster rides right here. Crazy. Oh, is it? So they have this map on 25 too? Oh, okay. So it's a little bit more farming on it. That's cool. Well, now I think once I chop down by this field here, once I chop down these trees, I can expand this field. I'm sure I can expand this one too, at least up to the train tracks and here on the sides. And I might be able to make a field out of this, or just leave it for grass. I'm not sure yet. Not sure what I'm gonna do yet. Huh. About time to get me some coffee. Yeah, because you can't really make a whole lot of fields out of some of this area because it's so the ground is so rocky. Look at all those rocks there. So you really can't make a whole lot of fields out of some of this area. I have a full truck here pretty soon. Yeah, I got it. I think I got to take it back to Best Buy and see if they can't figure out why, or just get one of the Greek geek squads over here to try and figure some of this stuff out. Because I think that's what I need. Got to go and get one of them because I'm having trouble. It's having trouble playing some of my older games that I like to play. Let's see if that's going to fill her up. And what I basically, my idea here, because the practice game that I'm playing on this, I built too many production sites too quickly. And now I'm rushing around trying to keep it full of wood. And so this one, with every time I upgrade the old sawmill, I'm going to fill it up with wood. So I don't have that problem. And if I need money, I'll just run the tree transport missions to try and get money, which are quick and profitable. I'm not even going to mess with the rocks though. You just don't make enough money from it to make it worthwhile. But I love the sawmill in this, where you dump the logs into the water and they float up to the mill. That's just really cool. I think that's really accurate as far as some of the older sawmills, ain't it? Gonna come right out where my farm is. Am I? I might give that a try and see if I can't get it figured out. Train's coming. Cool, Austin. And Malachi's not even here to see me get run over by the train. Him and his grandpa are working on his new car. He bought a Mercedes-Benz. He's putting a lot of work into it. Looks like he's going to sell it to our friend Stephanie. I got to get some coffee. Got a fresh pot in there. Oh. $89,000. This is what's cool. That's what I love about this map. This right here. We got anything made yet? Probably not. Oh, here we go. We got something. Planks? What are they? Planks. All right. And we need some planks for the roller coaster. What do we need for the roller coaster? Planks, long planks, wood beams, metal, floor tiles, staircase railing. Oh boy, a whole bunch of stuff. Be right back. Yeah, what is it to this? Is it the wood turner that I had to buy to get the staircase railing? I'm not sure. think I went too far, didn't I? Yeah, I did. All right, how many more we got? 7. Wood beams, prefab walls. All right. Something I haven't tried yet. Need to try and see if it works. It works somewhere. Not gonna work. Nope, not gonna work. one here. Sure is. I think Monday I gotta take this to the repair shop, see what's wrong with it. It's not even letting me clock in at work.
It's in New York City. I'm Richard Louie, and we are following some breaking news for you this hour. That is the death of Lindsey Graham at the age of 61, the Republican senator from South
61.
Carolina. We have been watching this story all morning. The statement from his office is that the Republican senator passing this unexpectedly. The Republican senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, dead at the age of 71. And in a statement posted on X by his office, they say, on the evening of Saturday, July 11th, U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham passed away from a brief and sudden occurrence. The family appreciates prayers at this time and asks for privacy during this incredibly difficult period. President Trump also reacting this morning on Truth Social, saying, Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the greatest people and senators I have ever known, is dead. He was always working and was a true American patriot. Lindsey will be greatly missed. Details and arrangements to follow. So sad, President Donald J. Trump. Joining us now on the phone is Michael Schnell, MS Now congressional reporter. Michael, we learned of this news here at MS Now overnight. What is the latest in terms of information about how this happened, what happened previous to it, and what might be next?
For the first time, I was going to talk to the prettiest and most powerful girl.
Like it's starting to work again, finally.
Yeah, Richard, at this moment right now, we don't have any information beyond that brief statement that you read from Senator Lindsey Graham's office that he passed away of that brief and sudden illness last night. The family asking for privacy and appreciating thoughts and prayers at this moment. Certainly shocking and sad news. Lindsey Graham, just 71 years old, and has been a stalwart of the Senate. He served in the United States Senate since 2003, and he's had a lifetime of public service. Before he was a member of the U.S. Senate, he was a member of the U.S. House beginning in 1995. Before then, he served a few years in the South Carolina House. So truly somebody who dedicated his life to public service. And he, up until his final days, was practicing that public service and serving Washington, South Carolina, and the United States. He was in Ukraine on a congressional delegation, as they call it, a CODEL, meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. For the past 2 weeks, the Senate's been on recess. And And sometimes senators during that time will spend time in their home states or home districts, maybe taking a bit of a breather, meeting with constituents. But that wasn't how Lindsey Graham did it. Lindsey Graham liked to crisscross the world, promoting a muscular U.S. foreign policy on the global stage. His North Star, the issues that mattered most to him, were things like national security, foreign policy, defense, and he was doing that up until his final days. We do have a statement now from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who met with Lindsey Graham on Friday, posting photos and videos with them. President Zelensky saying, quote, deeply saddened by the news of the passing of United States Senator Lindsey Graham. Lindsey was a true defender of freedom and the values that make our world safer. He visited Ukraine 10 times during the years of Russia's full-scale invasion and was here with our people when it was needed most. We remained in constant dialogue, and I will miss our conversations. We met twice in just the past week, a testament of Lindsey Graham caring deeply about the work he did in Washington and bringing it on the international stage. And we are getting a number of statements in now, Richard, as members of Congress, Lindsey Graham's colleagues, wake up to the sad and unexpected news. We are seeing an outpouring of condolences. We've heard from Senator Tim Scott, who is Lindsey Graham's Republican colleague from South Carolina, up on Capitol Hill. Tim Scott writing in a statement, quote, South Carolina lost a statesman and I've lost a friend. My prayers are with his sister and the rest of his family. From his humble beginnings to the Senate floor, Lindsey always led with faith, family, and South Carolina first. Lindsey remained committed to public service and doing what he loved. He always introduced levity and brought wit to the most challenging moments. Lindsey will be missed. And Richard, you know, the testament of the busy schedule and happenings that Lindsey Graham kept up over the years. As I mentioned, he was in Ukraine just the past few days. He was scheduled, NBC said, to be on Meet the Press this morning, presumably to talk about his findings and what he saw in Ukraine, to discuss other news of the day. And then he was expected to be back in Washington tomorrow for when the Senate returns to session. He is somebody who, again, cares deeply about the work that he did. He was always working. And as we look for more information about just what happened here to Lindsey Graham, we are first hearing an outpouring of love, support, and condolences from those who worked alongside him, as, again, members of Congress and the whole country are just waking up to this sad and unexpected news.
Yeah, friend or foe, saying he certainly was a hard worker. And just this past week, while he was on that Kodel, that trip to Ukraine, July 9th was his birthday when he turned 71. You know, this is one of those members, you being part of the Congressional Press Corps. You've seen the senator, you're looking at some of the pictures, you've looked at them that we have been showing on screen from Senator Lindsey Graham as he was in Ukraine. Did anything, and I know, again, we're not medical experts, but did anything look amiss from what you saw in the video and the pictures that we have been reviewing this morning from his trip?
No, absolutely nothing did, Richard. And I can tell you, I was going through my conversation, my tape recorder before we spoke, and I'd spoken to Lindsey Graham before Congress spoke for recess last month. And it was a conversation like we've had for years, talking about the news of the day, talking about whatever issue was headlining that day. There was no indication that anything was wrong with him medically, physically, mentally, absolutely no indication. And as I mentioned before, he was keeping up with that rigorous, busy schedule that was just something that he always did, being that he was in Ukraine, being that he was unscheduled to be on television this morning and then back in Washington tomorrow for the return of the Senate. So absolutely no indication, as far as I'm concerned, of this news that we would be talking about this morning. And I think that this is the same sentiment, Richard, that senators are feeling as well. We heard this morning on X from Bernie Moreno, the Republican senator from Ohio, somebody who served alongside Lindsey Graham. He wrote on X, quote, total shock and disbelief at the loss of a great American. I mean, shock and disbelief, I think, is what most, if not all, folks are feeling this morning as we learn the news of Lindsey Graham passing away. Richard, I also think it's worth noting, Lindsey Graham at 71 years old was certainly not one of the older members of the Senate, members of Congress, which sort of adds to the reason why this is so shocking and surprising. And again, this leads me back to what I was saying before, the fact that there is much we still have to learn about just what happened, if there was a health ailment that we were not aware of that led to his passing? What was the ultimate thing that led to his death? Those are all questions that we will certainly be asking. I'm already asking now, awaiting answers. Again, no indication just now, but as we wait for those answers, we are just seeing this outpouring of condolences from folks who agree with Lindsey Graham, who may not have always agreed with Lindsey Graham, just out of respect for the fact that he was a decades-long public servant.
For the first time, I was going to talk to the prettiest and most powerful girl in the school. What could possibly go wrong? Eliza immediately blasted me with her water superpower. I flew across the hall before slamming me into a locker.
Who said you could ask me out? Do you even have an ability?
I scrambled to grab my things.
I just wanted your help unlocking my power before the military picks us up in 2 hours.
And you think I'll risk my ranking by associating myself with a powerless level 0 pervert like you?
Everyone thought I was one of the only people in the world without powers, but I was going to prove them all wrong. As I reached into my backpack, my heart sank. My locked ability book from my dead parents, the one thing that could potentially grant me a power, was missing. Eliza chuckled and picked up the book from the floor.
Seriously? You wanted help opening this pathetic thing?
In her hand was my ability book, covered in ancient symbols.
4 decades or more. Again, the office saying that he passed away from a brief and sudden illness. Michael, stand by. A short time ago, I was able to speak with Claire McCaskill, MS Now political analyst and former U.S. Senator from Missouri, about her former colleague, Lindsey Graham. Senator McCaskill, any indication in the conversations you've had with him over the years or even within recent weeks that there was anything medically that he was concerned about?
No, and frankly, I think this is going to be a very big surprise to everyone who knew Lindsey well and worked with him closely, because there was never an indication that he had any issue medically that would have resulted in this kind of tragic end to his life. So it's going to be very shocking. It's going to be, and I think Mike Lee's statement captured something I think is important. You know, when Lindsey was in the room, everybody knew he was there. This was not a backbencher, so to speak. This was a man who just embraced life with a big bear hug and was always working the room. And even in moments when I completely disagreed with Lindsey, he still had a smile on his face. You have members of the Senate who don't smile often, and then you have members of the Senate who smile all the time. Lindsey was in that latter group. In the moments of a height of disagreement, he would still find a way to ease the tension by his quick wit, as Mike said. He was funny, and he was friendly, and he was the kind of guy that had never met a stranger. He was kind to everyone, not just those people in power, but also kind to the folks that worked around Capitol Hill. And he was what was known around the Senate as a nice guy, even though he drove some of us crazy that were on our side of the aisle. And I think that's even more so in recent years as he became more of a Trump follower. I think it was hard for some of his colleagues from the Senate to adjust to that, knowing Lindsey like we had known him prior to Trump. But all that being said, this is very sad, and I know he was very close to his staff. In fact, I just ran into a young lady who worked for Senator Graham, and she was saying what an unbelievable experience it was and how his staff felt like family. And I know that family in particular is going to be grieving over the next weeks and months. And and the impact of this, there's also political impact of this, Richard, which we don't want to make light of the fact that someone who has served his country for many years has died. But there's also a political impact in that the Senate is closely divided. And I think he is on the ballot for re-election. So there will be scrambling going on, how to fill that seat, when to fill that seat, and what impact that has on some of the things that John Thune is trying to get done in the United States Senate. So that will also be something that in the coming days and weeks we'll be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Senator McCaskill, his efficacy, right, in the Senate, as well as what he did outside in the culture of politics. And we're watching some of the video for those of you just joining us of, again, Senator Lindsey Graham. He just returned from Ukraine on a trip there. It's about 20 hours there, about 20 hours back. And NBC News saying that he was to be on Meet the Press very soon, tomorrow. And so, Senator McCaskill, you know him during the time of, I guess if there were to be two Senator Lindsey Grahams, there was the period that you knew him as a good friend of John McCain. One might argue, we used to say over at 30 Rock, there's nobody that's ever been on Meet the Press as many times as John McCain. Well, now there's Lindsey Graham, right, in recent years, who certainly has done the Sundays many, many times. Somebody who was a friend, if you will, of Sunday TV. When you look at those two Lindsey Grahams, they still were always very much communicative.
Oh, yeah. You know, he never met a microphone he wasn't willing to talk into. And that's not a criticism. I mean, many of us were that way. I would probably fall in that category also. But he was somebody who was not afraid of, you know, saying something he shouldn't. He was more than willing to step into the hot seat and take tough questions. And by the way, his time as a military prosecutor, you could tell that he was used to thinking on his feet.
He ran from tough
and being
questions,
able to fashion answers,
especially about Trump.
On the cuff in a way that was very supportive of the position he was advocating for. This was a very strong
just like any other MAGA one.
You know, one of the reasons he was so successful in politics was that he was a very good communicator and knew how to get to the matter quickly and succinctly.
The fucking truth.
And that served him very well as an advocate for the positions that he was trying to advance. Frustrations over him, you know, being part of the Trump brigade, so to speak, those are real. But what's also real is that he was very good at his job.
Wait. Why is it going up? Hey! That's too expensive. I only have this much.
4 decades of service and more. When you used to work with them, what was one of the things that really stood out to you in the years that you knew each other as friends and as colleagues in the way that he got things done?
Well, I think it stood out to me when I first got there. He was very kind to me. He'd only been there for a few years. I was elected in 2006. He was elected in 2003. He was very kind to me, particularly on the Armed Services Committee, wanting to include me in a lot of discussions that were ongoing about important issues facing the military at that time. He knew I wanted to take a look at contracting in Iraq, and he was very helpful to me, navigating some of the very difficult hallways in the Pentagon to try to get to the bottom of some of the contracting messes we had with the war in Iraq and also in Afghanistan. So he was helpful. He was helpful and kind. He also, it was clear to me that he had a great deal of loyalty to his close friend John McCain. He was willing to go anywhere for John and do anything for John. And it is important, I think, now for us to take a moment and realize that all three of the amigos are now no longer with us. Joe Lieberman and John McCain and Lindsey Graham, who were a powerful trio on behalf of America for a number of years. And I think all three of them had great contributions to this country, and all three of them will be missed. I think that What's saddest about this is Lindsay Lynn. So young. I mean, I don't really know how old Lindsay is, but I know he is certainly not among the oldest in Congress at this point.
That certainly is a statement, isn't it, Senator McCaskill? You don't know how old he is, but he is not the oldest. He was 71 years old. I know that you picked up the phone as soon as you heard about this tragedy, the loss of Senator Lindsey Graham. And if you have one more minute, I did want to ask you, you were talking about his bipartisan work. Certainly, many remember him as a member of the Gang of Eight, working on immigration in the Senate in a bipartisan fashion. As you were noting, today is a different day. Why did Lindsey Graham love politics so much? What got him out of bed every day? Why did he do this for so long?
I think he enjoyed the intellectual challenge of the job, and I think people underestimate what kind of intellectual challenges there are in a job like that. Every day you're drinking from a fire hose of public policy, and you have to learn a lot about a lot, and I think Lindsey really enjoyed that. I think he enjoyed the camaraderie of the Senate. I think he liked people. I think he was comfortable around strangers and liked the political part of it, where you had to go out and meet people and make conversations with folks that disagree with you. He understood how to bring people together. I mean, he was part of the immigration bill that passed the Senate by a wide margin, believe it or not, 67 votes for an immigration reform bill that they went over to the House and died when John Boehner was Speaker. But he was part of the group that put that together. Back in the day, he was somebody who built those bipartisan coalitions to get things across the finish line. That is not so much the case anymore, because it has become very out of fashion to compromise and find common ground. Now the two extremes are hollering. Social media is amplifying them. And Lindsey, the skilled negotiator and facilitator and one that took the edges off and tried to get everybody together, kind of gravitated more towards being Trump guy. And as we all know, Trump is not one for conciliation, and Trump is not one for compromise, and Trump is not one for sanding off the rough edges. So that makes me sad that Lindsey was not still performing that role. I don't think at the level he was when I served with him. But we should note the other fact that he did do it, and he was willing to always listen and try. When I was serving with him, he was willing to listen and try to do the best he could to bring people to something that would work.
Though you did not always agree politically, Senator Claire McCaskill, certainly I know that it's an emotional moment to lose a friend that you work with side by side. We have many of those that we don't agree with every day, but you certainly have done them so well by being the first to remember him here on MS Now. Senator Claire McCaskill from Missouri, former senator there. Thank you for helping us remember Senator Lindsey Graham. Again, as I was saying, you didn't always agree, but you certainly could.
Come on, damn it.
Friends. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Richard. And just, I know for all of our listeners, and I know all of our listeners and viewers, have mixed emotions about Lindsey Graham.
Why does it do that? Oh, this is so annoying.
And realizes that even though he might not have been doing the right thing as we see it all the time, deep down he wanted to serve, and that is something we should celebrate, and he will be missed. He was a good man.
All right, Senator Claire McCaskill there again speaking with her just a little bit earlier, MS Now political analyst as well as former senator from Missouri, on the passing of Lindsey Graham, the Republican senator from South Carolina. That does it for our breaking news update this hour, but for much more on this hour, be sure to tune in to the weekend starting at 7 a.m. Eastern. I'm Richard Louie for MS Now. We'll return to regular programming right after a very short break.
Forge beef tallow balm went viral, and the knockoffs are everywhere. Listen, if the label says Forges instead of Forge, that's not us. If it's $5 on AliExpress, Amazon, and Temu, that's a scam. Those knockoffs are made in China with zero real beef tallow, just cheap, toxic chemicals stuffed in a jar that'll wreck your skin instead of fixing it. The real Forge beef tallow balm is lab tested for purity and guaranteed to erase your wrinkles and make you look 15 years younger or your money back. here's the thing. We're the original. We're the real deal. And right now, we just activated our biggest sale of the year. For the next 24 hours, you can get each bomb at $25 instead of $50. But wait, that's not all. If you use the discount code FORGE20 at checkout, you're getting another 20% off. That's a total of 70% off. But this offer is so insanely good that we're selling out fast. I'm talking hours, not days. So if you want the real product that actually works, not some fake garbage that'll destroy your face, click the button below right now before we're completely sold out. And this 70% off deal disappears forever. Don't get scammed. Get the real Forge and watch your face transform.
This is the true story of Alex. Research, I don't, it's not a question of a personal thing. Because I let my kids do whatever the hell they do, they can do. I don't talk to them, ever talk to them about it. I'm allowed to, I think. I'm allowed to, but I don't bother. Because this office is a much higher calling. To me, cryptos are very powerful. A lot of people are using it. Bitcoin, they're using it at levels that I don't think anybody understands really about. And if we didn't do it, China would do it in a minute.
President Trump once again defending his investments
yesterday
after a recent disclosure revealed he made $1.4 billion from crypto-related ventures last year. Trump continued to tie his legacy to the stock market, even as public opinion of his handling of the economy has dropped. He rung the opening bell yesterday for the first time ever from the Oval Office, surrounded by lawmakers and investors of Trump accounts, a federal savings initiative for children under the age of 18. Present at the event was CEO Michael Dell of Dell Technologies and his wife, who have pledged
$1 billion
to the program. Trump, whose financial disclosure shows he purchased anywhere between $300,000 to $1 million worth of Dell stock last year, praised the Dells and urged Americans to buy their computers, which then sent the stock soaring yesterday. It's another example of how Trump's personal investments have benefited from his work in the presidency. Joining us now, senior editor at Forbes, overseeing money and politics coverage, Dan Alexander. He's the author of the 2020 book entitled The White House Incorporated, How Donald Trump Turned the Presidency into a Business. Dan's out with a new piece today in Forbes entitled Meet the Investors Who Lost Billions Buying Trump Stocks and Crypto. And Dan, I'll read a part of the piece in which you detail the steps Trump took to cash in on his name in and out of office. And you write, throughout the president's life, his most remarkable creations, whether casinos in Atlantic City, public offerings on the New York Stock Exchange, or political movements across America, all relied on one thing: believers. In 2021, Trump left the White House with an abundance of them and quickly got to work monetizing. To do so, he followed a process with 3 distinct stages. First, the invention, come up with a business concept, invest almost nothing, take a big chunk of equity. Second, the sale, stir up a frenzy among the faithful, cash out what you can. And third, the mess. Watch the assets collapse, salvage the scraps. From 2021 to 2025, 5 Trump family ventures reached public investors. Trump Media,
absolute hell.
Liberty Financial, Trump's meme coin,
out of there.
Melania Trump's meme coin, and American Bitcoin. And now they're all hitting the messy stage. Is there something different now, or is this something that keeps repeating itself?
Well, it does keep repeating itself, but one of the things that's different is that Donald Trump has taken advantage of a particular moment in both the business world and the political world. Obviously, the political world, now he's president, and so he has the ability to hype things like nobody else on the planet. But there's a second component of this, which is that there are 2 sort of buckets into which those 5 ventures fall. The first are companies that went public via special purpose acquisition corporations, and the second are cryptocurrency offerings. Both of those things became huge sort of fads on Wall Street over the last handful of years, and both of them rely mostly or largely on salesmanship. Donald Trump is perhaps the greatest salesman in American history, and so he's used that particular
Con
skill
man,
of his
not
to
salesman,
apply this moment
con
and again
man.
leverage the presidency. All of it, when you add it up, gets you to a tremendous amount of money. The amount of sort of net worth increase that we've seen from those 5 ventures across the first family, $3.1 billion. Now, a lot of that is because they cashed out a lot already, $1.9 billion. So even as these assets have collapsed, they're still sitting pretty. But meanwhile, their investors collectively are down, we estimate, $7 billion.
So Dan, can you describe a little bit what this meme coin is? I think it's confusing to people. A lot of ways it was access to President Trump. If you bought enough of the meme coin, you could go to Mar-a-Lago or his golf club in Virginia. You maybe meet the president if you're lucky. You get a bag of goodies to take away at least. But was there ever any real value for someone who bought that meme coin, or was it just a fun thing to own?
It's just a fun thing to own, or at least that was the idea for the people when they got into it at the start. I don't know how much fun they're having with it now, but initially, they
losing
launched
money?
this and they explicitly said
Probably
this is
not much.
an investment. But remember, this is something, meme coins in particular are a part of the crypto market that is more exposed to hype, to salesmanship than virtually anything else. And they announced on January 17th, 3 days before Donald Trump becomes president. So there's all this buzz floating about. And what you see is this massive frenzy, tons and tons of people getting in. And as that frenzy is happening, Donald Trump is making more money because he makes money on every transaction that happens. He can collect a small fee. And then he also hangs on to a big basket of
not
coins
salesman,
himself.
con
The question is,
man.
all right, how do you turn something that doesn't have any real intrinsic value into something that has the appearance of having real value? And that's when you see him start to do things like say, you know what, even though I'm president, I'm going to take time out of my day to travel to my golf club in Virginia and have dinner with the top 220 meme coin holders.
Flip. Chat with AI character. Install and go.
Coming up, with affordability a top concern for voters, Governor Mikey Sherrill of New Jersey has signed new legislation meant to lower electricity costs by nearly a decade in the United States Navy, leading missions as a helicopter pilot before moving to elected office. Mike Barnacle back with us as well. Governor, good morning. So as we teased and as you sat down and we started chatting to us in the break, you have some new initiatives here about trying to combat rising utility costs in New Jersey, a problem not unique to your state, but certainly one, a densely populated state. You're suffering acutely. Talk to us about how it's affecting Garden State residents and how do you try to make it a little easier?
As I went around the state, we had an affordability crisis. I don't think that's news to anybody, but one of those key drivers of cost was our utility costs. They had gone up by double digits last year. They were set to go up by another double digits this year. And it was largely because between data centers and utility companies and our grid operator, they were making a whole host of decisions, many of them poor decisions, that were not leading to better utility and better grid, but were actually leading to higher costs. But they all made money. You know, they were never left holding the bag, but the ratepayers were. So when I got into office, I declared a state of emergency on utility costs. In the middle of my inaugural address, I stopped it and froze rate hikes with executive orders. We continued to expand power generation. So we have about 18 new solar and battery storage projects. Just yesterday, I signed legislation to hold data centers and utility companies and the grid operators accountable. And we just had a report, an independent report put out that said that all of these measures already, just in the first 6 months, will save New Jersey ratepayers about $1 billion.
So let's talk a little more about the AI data centers, because, I mean, it's remarkable how the political discourse has changed in the last 6 to 10 months or so, where AI now is polls very poorly. People concerned about their jobs, but also concerned about costs and these data centers. But yet, as you sat down here, you're saying, like, New Jersey's a state with a lot of high-tech innovations. You can't just do away with these data centers. You need them. So how do you strike that balance where they require power, but yet how do you do that without passing those costs on to your average resident?
That's exactly what we set out to do. And I think we have in New Jersey, we've put out the most comprehensive data center plan with guardrails in the nation. Because while, yes, when we want to take on how we are going to cure cancer or Alzheimer's, it's very important to have that computing power. But at the same time, towns should not be left holding the bag. And in too many cases, we were seeing bad data center operators, either with energy usage driving up the costs for people, water usage, we were seeing environmental damage, we were seeing just noise pollution, and towns really impacted by that. So that's why we put out these guardrails saying, look, if you're a data center, you have to bring your own power. You have to report to us your power and water usage so we can monitor that. You have to negotiate community benefits, think like a new turf field or a new community center that a town needs. And each town in New Jersey is different. And so they can negotiate that. We're going to help as a state do that. You have to build with good union labor and really bring jobs to the area. So in this way, we are giving towns the ability to make decisions for their towns in a way that makes sense to them, and at the same time provide those guardrails as we move forward with this computing power that we need to drive the economy.
You know, utilities in every state have unusual political clout in the legislatures. In your state, last week, for instance, horrendously hot temperatures throughout. Have you been able to do anything about shut-off notices to people during periods of unbelievably hot weather or unbelievably cold weather, especially the elderly, especially, you know, people with very little resources with a bunch of kids in the house, and they get shut off? That's a death sentence for some of them.
You're exactly right, which is why we've continued our program to not have shut-offs during these incredibly hot months. Anybody who needs that can go to nj.gov to look into that program so they don't get shut off. We've also put forth, and I just signed it yesterday, a program because I've frozen rate hikes. But rates are sort of like the cost per gallon of gasoline. If you use more, your bills are still going to go up. So what we've done is put out for some of our lowest income residents a program where we're going to defray some of the costs. So about $150 over the next 3 months with those really high heat bills. So they'll get about $50 a month off on their utility bills, so they can we can keep driving down costs. But really the key here is expanding power generation and holding some of these utility companies accountable. They just haven't invested in the grid in the right way. They've been given sort of a blank check, and so we're holding them accountable.
Coming up, President Trump is once again attacking the NATO alliance, suggesting he could remove U.S. soldiers from Europe. We'll play for you those remarks straight ahead on Morning Joe.
You're too weak. Go level up first, then come back.
Leveling up? That's so exhausting. I grind EGP like old games anymore.
Good morning. It is Saturday, July 12th. You are watching Connect, and we begin this hour with the news of Senator Lindsey Graham's passing. The South Carolina Republican died last night at the age of 71. His office says
Do you think that being gay is wrong?
Do I think being gay is wrong? Do you think being gay is wrong, Parker?
Nope.
You got herpes in the back of that throat?
Nope. Now, do you want to tell me why you think it's wrong?
How'd you get sick?
Because I was in DC debating idiots like you. Seriously, I was around Trump supporters too much. Like, actually.
How was that Nah, that was a LGBTQ or whatever the hell you call it.
Yeah, can you tell me what that stands for?
It's a bunch of lies and bullshit.
No, can you tell me what it stands for?
Nobody cares what it stands for except the people that made it up.
No, just tell me, do you know what it stands for?
It's like the other fantasies that they make up.
I mean, we don't tell ourselves that we won the election when we didn't win it. That's you guys, but can you answer the question, sir?
You mean like 2020? Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah, can you answer the question though, sir? Can you tell me what it stands for?
I just told you. I'm not gonna.
LGBTQIA+. What does it stand for? You don't know?
So you didn't answer my question. Why am I gonna answer yours?
What question would you like me to answer before you answer my question, sir?
I just asked you. One of your throats. You got bruises in the back of your throat.
Oh no, I'm straight. I'm straight, and I have a girlfriend. And I got sick because I was in DC debating Trump supporters.
I think that's a front.
Hang up on his ass.
Typically, when people want me to be gay, it's because they want me.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the reason why you're wanting me to be gay?
That's the shit that you come up with, really?
No, that's not the stuff I come up with. That's typically what's true. I'm just asking if that's true in this scenario.
How do you calculate that?
How do I calculate that? Because that's typically what's the case.
And
most times, I mean, it's really either someone wants me to be gay because they want me to be gay and they want me or something like that, or it's because they're a conservative shithead that is just trying to make fun of me. It's like one or the other.
Well, yeah, I'm making fun of you, obviously.
You're making fun of me, so why do you think it's funny to make fun of someone for being gay?
Because you make fun of people all the time. You bring this stupid ass Trump supporters up here, and that's the only one you bring on. You can bring
every Trump supporter, so you must be one of them, right?
No, you just bring the dumbasses up here so you can try to make it look like all Trump supporters are dumbasses,
including yourself.
They are. I haven't seen one that wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, here's the one you walked right into it. What can I say?
You come up with this.
How about the Trump supporter that thinks you can't fight fire with water? Thinks you have to fight fire with fire. Is he a dumbass?
No response. And yet you still have no response.
Fire departments around the world use water to fight fire.
Jeez, that's
But
rough.
not according to this guy. He thinks
So
you got to
Trump
use
supporters
fire.
past level 1. It seems like they suck.
You
don't believe me? There's a video on YouTube. All you got to do is search for it.
You're gay and you still have
And
me
listen
on
to this
because all you
idiot
must
talk
be
about
wanting clicks
how
bad.
you can't fight fire with
How
water.
is that me wanting clicks?
Those are his actual fucking words. So don't tell me that Trump supporters aren't idiots.
I want people to see me dog walking Trump supporters such as yourself to convince people and change their minds. What's the problem there?
You don't give a shit if people change their minds. You just want to do this. You can make a little bit of money a week. So you ain't got to work a real job.
So you think that this is a fake job?
My in-laws called me a jobless nobody, and I endured it all for my love for Claire. But when Aunt Lena, the woman who raised me in her orphanage, needed money to live, I bowed before the very people who had shattered my pride, unsure if they would help me save the only person who had ever saved me. Swallowing my last shred of dignity, I begged them for the...
I didn't say it was a fake job. I know you're making income off of it.
Well, you said I don't want to get a real job, implying that this is not a real job.
Because making fun of people is not a real job.
Well, I don't make fun of people alone. I prove them wrong, and then if they deserve it, I make fun of them, yeah.
Oh.
Are you mad that I made fun of you or something?
That's what I mean by clickbait.
How's it clickbait?
Come on, Parker.
In order to be able to hear this, would you have to be on the video already? How is that clickbait?
You know it's clickbait.
How? You can't hear that.
Yeah, it's just like that last dude that was on there. I mean, obviously something's wrong with him, and you kept his ass on there to make fun of him. Why? So you can keep on getting clickbait.
So I kept people on to debate them because I want to change their mind and I want to debate Trump supporters. So why do I keep them on? Because I do long their debates. What's up?
That dumbass can debate easy. The last people you got on here, you think they can debate anything? And the ones that actually can debate,
I think that they debated better than you have.
I've heard you repeat the same thing 500 times.
So then why don't you have a response? Sir, by the way, the last person I debated gave me more points than you. You came on my live stream trying to insult me because you thought I was gay. So let me just clarify. The last person was like 20 times smarter than you. And the bar is low. With that one.
Look, Parker, it don't bother me to suck dick, man. It's not my dick. I ain't worried about it.
Hang up on this guy.
Why are you like imagining that right now, bro?
Shit.
Why did you say that like 3 different times?
Bro,
What are you, 12, bro?
That convinces me right now that you're gay, just by the way you said bro. I'm convinced now, Parker. Can't tell me otherwise.
This is just a troll. Get rid of his ass.
Now, would you like to give me an actual criticism of anything I've said other than
Parker,
you
get rid of him. He's a
fantasizing about
troll.
being gay? You're owning the libs by fantasizing about Parker get a job being gay.
No, that's really the only reason I came up here, to be honest.
Is to fantasize about me being gay?
No, I've debated you before, like twice.
And you've lost every time?
Why? No,
Do you have a humiliation kink? Is that what it is? You must have a humiliation kink. You keep coming back for more?
You cut me off twice. Anytime we get down to try to debate, and those little likes start popping up.
So you must like my attention. You keep coming back for more, Parker.
Come on, damn it. What the hell is this?
Is that what you want, Parker? It comes with clickbait.
It says you're the one who apparently played into it. Apparently I bring in a bunch of idiots to talk to make Trump supporters look bad. Apparently you're one of them, right?
You own a dog or you own a cat?
I don't own either.
It's not good, Parker.
But I own you in a debate, bro.
Hi, bro.
Yeah. I mean, do you want to engage or do you want to run away? It sounds like you're a coward.
You cut me off a lot. Last times we debated, you cut me off.
So then, how about this?
Ran away twice.
How about this? I'll do no interruptions, and you'll lose.
Do no interruptions and lose. Why? So you can talk about the same 10 damn things repeated 100 times?
Name 3 of the 10 things.
Name 3 of the 10 things for what?
You said I said the same 10 things over and over again. Name 3 of them.
Why don't you have a cat or a dog? You don't like animals?
Name 3 of them.
You don't like animals?
I just
Get rid of this asshole. He's just a troll.
My dog just died about it a little less than a year ago.
Where you live? Is it because it's where you live, or is it because you don't like animals?
No, my dog died about a little less than a year ago.
Sorry to hear that, Parker. Mine did as well about 2 years ago.
I'm sorry to hear that. Can I get a response? Are you going to give me a response?
No.
No? Are you just scared to debate me? I think that's what it is. So, by the way, if you think I'm so weak from your perspective, why are you so scared to debate me?
I accomplished what I wanted. Just come up here and make fun of you.
Okay.
Like you
turn your camera on.
Other Trump supporters.
Told you he was a troll.
It won't let me. I don't know why.
Oh, that's brutal. That's brutal. So let us make fun of you. How many continents are there?
You what?
How many continents are there?
See, this is what I'm talking about, Parker. This is what you do. You come on here and try to catch somebody in some stupid ass bullshit. And then
Just answer the question, sir. How many continents are there?
And then you try to say, oh, all Trump supporters are Or dumbasses.
Sir, how many consonants are there?
There's 7, Parker, and that's
And
the
what are
last
they?
question. That's
What
the
are they?
last question, dude.
No, it's not. What are they?
Asia, Africa, North America, South America, Antarctica, Europe, and Australia.
Okay. How many branches of government are there?
I told you, Parker, you only get 1. I just came out here to make fun of you. I'm not here to.
You already answered 2, though, so keep answering more like a good boy you are. You want to answer?
What kind of dog did you have? What kind of dog did you have? Was it a poodle? Was it a goat? It was a goat-a-doodle. What do you call them? The goat? What do you call them? The doodles? It's the doodles, but they don't shed.
Flip. Chat with AI character. Get it today.
Thomas Harrison, I need you to come and collect your brat. If you're not here in 3 minutes, your family name ends here and now.
Yes, I Eagle. I'm on my way. I've never heard him so upset.
Grab me some coffee. Be right back.
Bravo! What a show. Pretending to call Thomas Harrison himself. You must think we're idiots. And I'm done with you. Guards! Strike this lunatic out. If he resists, shoot him. You've had 1 minute to get to the ceremony. Hurry up, step on it. Or my entire family is ruined. Go, 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 go!
Sir, please leave.
Sebastian, stop. This is too much. Miss Ross, you don't even know who he is. Why are you defending him?
Amelia, move.
Please, I'm begging you.
Or maybe if Emile apologizes, I'll go easy on you. It's all right. Sebastian, what a waste. 100 years of Harrison legacy about to be destroyed by a schmuck like you. 10 seconds.
What are you saying?
5.
He wants to die. Fine. Shoot him.
2.
Rot in hell.
1.
Fire! Stop! You goddamn idiots. Lay down your guns. Now. The richest man in our country is here now. You're done for, James. Daddy, you have no idea how crazy this guy is.
Miss...
So when did your last wife leave you?
I've actually been married for 17 years.
So it hasn't happened yet?
Nah, she's still on board. Surprises me too, though.
Okay. So do you want to engage in this debate with me?
It wasn't going.
Or do you want us to talk about how we're sad for your wife having to deal with you?
Did your boyfriend get sick too?
So again, my girlfriend, she didn't get sick actually.
Fuck. God damn it!
You know, sorry about that, Parker.
No, she just happened to not get sick. So I'm sorry that you feel the need to talk about things like that on the stream or go through things like that. Maybe you're projecting about a lack of life or experiences there.
How much do you make a week off TikTok?
About $1 trillion.
You have a lot of boyfriends for that, Parker, so we know that's not right.
So your best insult is to just try to say that I'm gay repeatedly?
No, also said
you gotta tell us why you think it's wrong to be gay.
Like I said. Why won't you tell me what kind of dog you had?
Will you tell me why it's wrong to be gay? You want to answer the question, sir? No, you got nothing. I think your goal is for me to kick you, so you have to act like, Parker Parker, actually, he didn't want to debate me. He didn't want to talk to me, actually. It's like some sort of, like, eco thing that you have in your head.
So that's why you're keeping me honest.
Yeah, I want you to actually talk to me. Tell me why you support Trump. Why are you a delusional maniac that decides to support and adjudicate and try to undermine our democracy? Why are you such a lunatic that you're so obsessed with Parker getting a job? Or the only way that you can imagine owning Parker is by bringing up hypotheticals of him being gay. That's it.
When are you gonna find proof that this guy did that? When are you gonna actually prove it? No, you haven't. You have no proof at all. It's just slander.
Really? Because there was a civil case where an entire jury of 9 people determined that was true. There's been 60 plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Audits and all the states that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. He's been proven wrong repeatedly in court, and you guys just
Come on!
Courts.
Fuck! Hate this shit!
By the Democrats.
The fuck on there!
That's you coping. You have constant words just to cope. The same 10 words over and over again. Kangaroo, raped court,
Parker,
fake news. I don't accept that. Because anything that indicates your co-leader did something wrong is too much that it would hurt your feelings.
They would have found it. As hard as they were going after him, you don't think they would have found it? They were doing everything to go after this guy. Everything. You don't think they would have found it?
Yeah, the court case already found it. You just don't accept it. You think it was a kangaroo court, sir.
Come on! Fuck!
It was definitely a kangaroo court.
No, it wasn't. That's just your coping.
But
how does it feel to cope this badly? Like that's a generational level cope.
What did you do when he won the election?
And I'm just asking, how does it feel to cope so badly that you can't accept the election results 5 years later?
Did you weep a little bit?
But it sounds like you're still weeping to this day. I mean, you're the one who can't accept the election results. You're still pouting and crying and throwing a temper tantrum with the fact that you guys lost the 2020 election.
You think you may have to
You're still not over it after 5 years?
Over what?
You guys lost the election.
So in 2020?
And you still can't accept it this day?
The evidence I saw looks like it was stolen, buddy.
Then what evidence is that?
You think Joe Biden was actually running this country? He couldn't tell that he thought.
He was. And also, what was the evidence of the election being rigged?
Was that before or after he tripped down the stairs? And
this would be before, and also Trump has tripped down the stairs. To respond.
Almighty.
You want to tell us about the Islamic Republic of Japan?
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, that's what Trump brought up recently. Was we've got to stop the Islamic Republic of Japan, okay? We've got to stop them actually, okay? Islamic Republic of Japan.
Do you think, what has Islam done for this country?
Wait, stop. Can you acknowledge that makes no sense? Because the Islamic Republic of Japan is not a real thing or place.
Oh. I mean, I haven't heard him say it, but bottom line...
Of course you have.
Do that, Islamic Republic of Japan. I mean, how do you do that?
What do we have, like two countries where it's not a complete shithole? That they have
What are you talking about?
Countries Islamic. I'm talking about Islamic countries.
Whenever they get cornered, they don't want to answer the question.
Responding to what I just said.
They just want to deflect.
I literally brought it up. Trump literally said the Islamic Republic of Japan, dude. That's not a place. He meant to say of Iran, but he said Japan, bro. This guy's cognitively declined. He mistook Zelensky for Putin.
Oh, damn it.
Time to pay the bill. Wait. Why is it going up? Hey! That's too expensive. I only have this much.
you're really comparing that to the gazillion times that Biden.
Yeah.
Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up.
I think it's worse.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, tell me when Joe Biden said the Islamic Republic of Japan. Because you guys would have absolutely freaked out over that one.
Alright, that's all you got?
There's plenty more, and also, apparently you haven't heard that one before. That's a new one, apparently. Apparently it's not always the same 10 things.
No, I've not heard that.
And also, by the way, thanks for being a little good boy for having the conversation and answering my questions like you said you would.
So that's all you got?
Thanks for being a good boy, for answering my questions and engaging in a conversation after you said that you wouldn't. What a good boy. Can we get some good boys in the comment section for guests?
I didn't say I would.
Yeah, you did. You said you wouldn't engage in the conversation, you wouldn't answer my questions, and then like a little good boy, you did.
So instead of helping your country and actually doing something for your country, you sit there and wait for Trump to say
You sit
one
there
more
and video, and you don't have a real job. You sit on your ass on TikTok all day, and all you do is take gifts. Oh my God, Parker! How dare you, Parker? You literally just sit here all day and you steal money, scamming from these liberals on TikTok all day.
Yeah, you sit there and bash Republicans.
Get it out, get it out. It's gonna be okay. Get it out.
How Democrats can be so great for this country, yet you don't do a damn thing for your country.
Really?
They don't for your country, Parker.
Well, I'm doing something right now, sir. I think this is doing something. I'm advocating for my country right now. Now, can I ask you a question, sir?
By what?
Yeah,
I put a Democrat in office?
Yes, by Democrats, advocating for Democrats to be in office because they will better the conditions in the country.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, really.
Do you not think that's effective or beneficial work?
Local level? Tell me on a local level what they have done.
A local level? I mean, it depends on your local area.
Give me an example of a
Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, unemployment insurance, paid family leave, paid maternity leave. I can reference a billion things. Safety regulations, antitrust
They're always trying to
laws.
raise the minimum wage. The Republicans vote down every time.
Huh? Food stamps? Are you?
Yeah. Yes.
You know how hard it is for me to get guys to work.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you tell me anything good that? Wait, tell me. What good have conservatives done historically? Oh wait.
Tax breaks for the billionaires.
You know how hard
Not
it is
for us.
to get the same damn guys for construction because they're sitting on their ass for food stamps, drawing unemployment from the same bullshit.
Wait, I'm waiting. What good have conservatives done? Let me hear.
No, we're still talking about it because I disagree with you.
He's got nothing. You've got nothing because there's nothing you guys can point to. All you guys are doing is fighting against things. You have nothing that you actually defend yourself. You have nothing you're fighting for. You are just fighting against things.
Show me proof how these free programs are helping the city.
I'm waiting. Can you give me a single response? I'll tell you. I'll explain.
I'll
explain. Wait, by the way, I'll explain how Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, unemployment insurance, safety regulations, antitrust laws, environmental regulations, etc. are beneficial for the average person. But first, I need a response. What good have conservatives done historically?
No, you first.
I already answered.
The city. No, tell me how these programs are helping the city, Parker.
Yeah, they've reduced childhood poverty, they've reduced elderhood poverty, they've increased access to health insurance, they've decreased the likelihood of people specifically having... What's up?
Obamacare? What are you talking about, health insurance?
I told you, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, Social Security...
I can barely get health insurance. What are you talking about?
Do you think Medicare exists? Do you think Medicare exists, sir?
You think these free programs are going to help anybody? What is it showing? All this done is
Sir, does Medicare exist? Did you say it's socialism?
I just asked you. Is that what you want? You want socialism?
No. No, I'm not advocating for
socialism. If you allow people to have the ability to sit on their ass, not work, get any type of income whatsoever.
You mean such as yourself?
Food stamp, guess what? They're not going to work.
Well, you understand that under social democratic policies, the ones I'm advocating for, we have higher labor force participation rates because of immigration. So if you want people to work more, you should support immigration. Because immigration increases the labor force participation rate. And also, can you define socialism?
You still want to ask the question, Parker?
Can you define socialism?
Or communism.
You just did. That is what forms socialism, Parker. When you keep putting these programs out there where they got nothing else better to do but sit on their ass, guess what? That's forming socialism, because the government can't do anything else but feed these people.
Bro, that's so funny. You think that's socialism? You think social programs are socialism? So socialism is when the workers control the means of production.
Parker.
I
want to do a challenge where I put beef tallow on my face every day for 30 days. Let's see. This is day 1. I just applied it for the first time, and my skin feels thicker and stronger and very hydrated, like my skin instantly absorbed it. I can tell this stuff is all natural. I'm already hooked. I'll update you in 10 days. This is day 10. I'm not gonna lie, I was skeptical, but something is definitely happening. The wrinkles on my forehead are reducing really quickly and my jawline is getting sharper. My entire face looks sharper and more defined, like the structure is coming back. But let's see what happens in another 10 days. This is day 20, and I'm actually blown away right now. My eye bags are almost gone. The dark circles that made me look tired for the last 20 years are fading. My eyes look awake and alive and full of energy. Wow. 10 more days to go. This is the last day, day 30. I just took a photo and put it next to day 1, and I look like a completely different man, right? But let me be honest with you. The biggest change isn't even my face. It's my confidence. When I look in the mirror, I don't see a tired old man anymore. I look so damn sharp, almost dangerous. I love it. People treat me different. Women look at me again. I feel like myself again. This forged beef tallow balm changed my life. If you want to give it a try, click on the button below and get yourself a 6-month supply before it sells out again. Let me know your results.
A little bit of Valtrex in your tea, Parker. Good wonders for you.
You said what?
A little bit of Valtrex in the tea will do good for you.
Okay. And do you want to respond to what I just said?
No, because you won't respond to what I said.
What did I not respond to?
I'm trying to get you to explain to me how these programs are helping. You can't, because there's no proof that it does. These cities have gone into demise. They're degrading. They're decimating. They're getting worse and worse. What have they done? Crime is the highest we've ever seen in Democrat cities.
Actually, crime is going down every year. Wait, crime is going down since the 90s. I don't know what you're talking about.
Also, in these cities,
hold on.
And it's almost impossible in these cities to get workers to work, because once they're on those programs, it's almost impossible to get them off.
That's just not true. People use the programs to be able to benefit their ability to pull out.
Programs are designed to where if they get off, it's harder for them to get back on. So once they're off, if they actually try to bust their ass and work, it's harder for them to get back on it. So it's designed to keep them on it. It's designed.
No, it's actually designed to just serve as a baseline, specifically for people who need it, right? So that they can be able to take care of themselves in the short term, so that they can then take care of themselves in the long run.
And you know, we wouldn't need those programs if the companies would pay their workers a livable wage.
Too, and I also have an economics degree.
They wouldn't need welfare. They wouldn't need food stamps. Walmart and McDonald's are the 2 biggest companies with the most full-time workers on food stamps.
Yeah, I have a business.
Why? Because they don't pay shit.
Okay, Parker. Yeah, do you not want to acknowledge that?
No, he doesn't.
You have a business?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why don't you acknowledge that earlier, Parker? You just told me how much you have a business, and this is a real job. How much you're helping the country.
Yeah. Are you jealous?
And your Democrat programs are helping the city.
I already told you how Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and all those different programs have reduced poverty rates in this country for children and for elderly people within this country, and it's been very beneficial for being able to ensure a better labor force or workforce for younger people.
Parker.
What's up?
You can blow your nose on screen, Parker. It's not impolite or anything.
Okay, cool.
It'll prove to us that it may prove to us that you're not gay and that it's not like
okay. I think you're just being ridiculous, bro.
Okay, bro.
Yeah, if you tell us why you support Trump and give us an actual reasonable justification for it, that will prove to us that you're not gay then. But if you specifically can't provide us any justification, right, under your perspective, wouldn't that then mean you're gay?
If it was like a little poodle or something, or like a little tiny purse dog, it would not bother me whatsoever, Parker. It would not make.
Are you trying to make fun of my dead dog now?
Absolutely not. I love all animals. I would never.
You just tried to do that.
No, I just asked you what type of dog it was.
No, yeah, you're literally trying to make fun of my dead dog.
What type of person do you think I am, Parker? Who makes fun of a dead dog?
A Trump supporter. Yeah, so
most Trump supporters like animals, believe it or not.
I mean, I definitely
a lot of us are farmers.
Okay, and you know that farmer. You actually, if you look at industries, I don't think farmers are leaning towards Trump right now, especially after what he did with the tariffs.
No, they still are, Parker. Because
Yeah,
you know
they
what?
are.
Because Democrats want to sell their land to China. So believe me, Parker, they are.
In order for them to sell their land to China, it would be farmers themselves choosing to sell their own land to China voluntarily.
Well,
that's the only way that their land would get sold to China, sir.
Let's appreciate states like Florida that are trying to prevent it.
So do you want to engage with what I have to say at all? Or are you too scared?
On which part? What's going?
Yeah, tell us, what have conservatives done good for this country?
Well, you gotta let us in there longer, Parker. As long as you keep trying to break the election, it's gonna be hard to give us time. I mean, he's not Superman.
If we were rigging the elections, we'd own the House and the Senate and the White House. Fucking dumb shit.
Had to fix the 4 years of
How is it Republicans own both houses of Congress and the White House, yet you're claiming we rig elections? Give me a fucking break. How stupid are you, you fucking dumb shit?
A lot of words for you don't know a single damn thing.
No, it's because I'm not.
Democrats are rigging elections. Then why don't they control everything?
I literally just asked you, name anything that conservatives have done that's good historically.
God, do they even realize how stupid they sound?
To see who dares touch my son.
They're not smart enough to realize how stupid they sound. That's what the fucking problem is.
Wow. The silence is actually hilarious. It was a bit... You are stunned, bro. No shit. The silence is so loud, bro. Hello?
You talking about in your thing?
Would you like to answer the question, sir? Name a single thing that conservatives that have done good historically.
No, because you're going to name off the same 10 things you've got plastered on your board.
I'm asking you for one thing.
Pull up the same.
So now you're saying I have 10 points and you have 0?
10 points to 0. Where's the ref on this?
Sir, can you just tell us one point conservatives have done for the country that's been better for the country? One thing.
Conservatives in general, are you talking about Trump?
Conservatives, which would include Trump.
Immigration.
What about it? Be specific.
Trying to protect our borders. You
Yes,
know what I'm going to say,
be
Mark.
specific.
You know what I'm going to say.
What about the border?
Trying to prevent illegals from coming in.
So any specific policy?
I think a good name for him is Mr. Clueless.
Yes. I literally have multiple members.
2022, the U.S. government made $23 billion from illegal immigrants. $23 billion. And that goes into our Social Security.
To save your life.
That's money for us that they won't get because they're not citizens.
What do you do? What's your business partner? What's your
this?
Exactly. Mine is running a construction company.
The illegal immigrants put money into our economy because they buy things.
It only takes
They get
common
charged
sense.
income tax, and they don't do any returns, so you don't get any of that money back.
Okay. And can you name one policy Democrats have passed that have ruined the country?
I didn't say one particular policy ruined the country, but
give me one example of a policy they've passed that you think has helped ruin the country.
I didn't say that. You said that. I didn't say it's one particular policy. It's many policies.
Give me any example of any policy that has helped ruin the country that Democrats have passed.
Which one? 1776?
Look at immigration. Trying to open up the borders.
Okay, there was never an open border under Democrats.
No shit.
I didn't say they went down there and opened the fence, but they didn't do anything to protect it, did it? Did they do anything to secure it?
They have the same policies that the Republicans already had in place. You are like the least informed Trump supporter I've ever had on my stream, dude.
That's saying a lot.
I'm here for the bounty.
Are you talking about 1776?
The mustache. The tattoo. How much longer? Pleasure doing business.
Fish took me a lot of work to reel in. It's hot. Fish sweat too, you know? Never heard of sharks?
Process they need going forward to formally replace him on the ballot for November. And if you've been paying attention to what happens in Maine, it's not that different a process. There's state rules, but there are party rules, and then what the governor wants to do. And so that's what we're going to be seeing play forward. But the governor does have to make a replacement in the short term.
Philip, I'm from Basil Schmeichel. You guys are not going far. You'll be back with us in the next hour. And it is now the top of the hour. You're watching The Weekend, and we're covering breaking news this morning.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Lindsey Graham of South Carolina has died at the age of 71. In a statement posted on X, Graham's office said that he, quote, passed away from a brief and sudden illness.
That's the only one I wrote that's not funny.
In the Senate, Graham was first elected to represent South Carolina's 3rd District in the U.S. House in 1994. He was first elected to the Senate in 2002 and was running for a 5th term in this year's midterms. In a statement this morning, Senate Majority Leader John Thune said that Graham was, quote, a strong advocate for the United States and a strong ally to freedom-loving countries across the globe. His influence on the federal judiciary, our national defense, and his beloved South Carolina will be felt for generations.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
For president in 2016,
have you listened to the other one?
Clashing with Donald Trump. But then,
you want to really get a tickle on your ribcage, listen to She's in Love with Her Toys.
Truth Social this morning, saying that Graham was, quote, one of the greatest people and senators I have ever known. He was
got explicit lyrics in it, but it's funny.
American patriot. Joining us now on the phone is Joe Scarborough, host of Morning Joe, who served in Congress with Lindsey Graham. Good morning, Joe.
Good morning. Good morning. We came in at the same time. In fact, in January of 1995, we were both part of the large class of 1994 contract with American class.
No,
of 94.
1776 is available for purchase on iTunes and Spotify.
Pretty well.
Yet I saw that you
Well,
just
I haven't made a
posted on
CD
X,
yet.
actually,
No,
that
you need
saw
money
him
for
not so
that.
long ago.
I don't have that kind of money right now.
Yeah, I did. We, you know, we would pass each other from time to time. I often would disagree very strongly with his policy positions, especially after he became such a close ally to President Trump. And he would, you know, sing back here and there. But,
I got another idea for an Al Jackson parody to where I come from. Where I come from, eating skin off a chicken. Where I come from, a lot of big nose picking. Where I come from, trying to make a living, working hard at 7-Eleven. Where I come from, and that's all I got on that. I got to finish writing it.
I thought I'd bring my family along.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Children. I met up with Lindsay, and it was just like the first day I met him. He was laughing at
Eddie,
at a very self-deferential way about him. Always joking about himself. Always making himself the butt of the joke. So when we saw each other, he laughed, smiled, hugged, and
I got a couple of ideas for some Kenny Chesney parody.
And then talked to my family. Mika was there, and a couple of my kids. Very, very kind. We had very kind words. Despite the fact, again, that I've been less than gracious with him on the air time and time again as it related to his alliances with Donald Trump.
Joe, it's Jonathan here. As we're looking at the pictures of Senator Graham, particularly with microphones in his faces, reporters like Jackie Eugene, Michael running the halls of Congress trying to get comment from him, talk about the void he leaves now in the Senate, but also in the Republican Party, because you've butted heads with him. There are a lot of people who didn't agree with his policy positions or even his political maneuvering, but there's no denying that he was a force on Capitol Hill in the Senate.
Well, you talked about microphones. I don't think Lindsay would mind me joking about it this morning.
Well, as soon as I can get them on CD.
Because we always joke with Lindsay.
I said you can get it off of iTunes and Spotify.
There too would be Lindsay. He was
I just don't have the money to make a CD out of them.
12 of us back, 96, 97, that wanted to, we had a coup against Newt Gingrich, and we wanted to get him out and get a new speaker in because we didn't think he was moving fast enough to balance the budget. And so Lindsay would always volunteer that the meetings would be in his office, and so we did it for 2 or 3 times until we realized that every time we walked through for these secret meetings to overthrow the Speaker of the House, we would walk through a gauntlet of reporters.
Like I said, I've written 20 more parodies. I just haven't recorded them yet.
Every publication, we get inside, we go, Lindsay, you can't tell the press where our secret meetings are. And, the joke would always go around, love the guy, but you don't want him guarding.
I don't know. I think I've always had a knack for it. The very first parody song I wrote was a parody of Ghostbusters in 1984 called Toastbusters.
He attached himself
and
to John McCain.
The 45 single came out with a instrumental of the song Ghostbusters on side B. So I wrote the parody and then I recorded it with a little ghetto blaster, so it sounded really bad, and of course my singing was horrible on top of it. But that was probably the first one I wrote. I wrote a Billy Joel song parody to I Go to Extremes called I Just Ripped My Blue Jeans.
John McCain is your primary sponsor to Donald Trump.
Which I'm going to have to rewrite it because I wrote it down somewhere, but I can't find it anywhere, and it's not in my songbook. So I'd have to probably rewrite the whole thing.
My show, the Ron's going to be part of his
legacy. I also wrote a parody to
calling President Trump on the Friday before we went in, and
can't think of the name of the song now.
But I just got the sense that he was going to be going in.
This Romeo Ain't Got Juliet, and it's called This Romeo Ain't Tried Viagra Yet.
Reporting that
It's Romeo ain't tried by good.
For 20 years. I said, Mr. President, I just want to warn you. Iran's not going to be as easy as Lindsay says it's going to be. Just beware. And of course, he didn't.
And I got Perry to break down here called Break Wind here.
On the other side of
oh, you got to hear my Carrie Underwood parody to Last Name. You know Carrie Underwood's song Last Name?
Pushing back Putin and liberating the Ukrainians from the horrid fight that they've been under and endured. And I think
we could do that sometime.
It was over in Ukraine with Zelensky on Friday.
Oh, I've got
Zelensky was crediting him.
Multiplayer game that I started called Michigan Dessert Farm.
Older tape, but they recorded Lindsay was a steadfast supporter.
We can play multiplayer on that if you like.
I think that the Republicans should be doing more to defend the Ukraine. I'm certainly grateful for that.
His last trip to Ukraine, he was meeting on Friday with President Volodymyr Zelensky. Joe, this is Eugene. I wonder, as you were alluding there, the foreign policy positions that he took were at one point the central facet of the Republican Party that you were a part of when you were in Congress, and that has changed. And I'm curious how you think his leaving this earth, going to glory, as my family would say, is changing the space of the Republican Party when it comes to foreign policy.
I think it really depends on what happens and who ends up replacing him. I will say with Lindsay, you saw still sort of that strong Reagan-like support of fighting against invading Russians, and the Reagan-like support for democratic regimes across the hemisphere, supporting them or taking down Cuba, taking down Venezuela. But Marco Rubio certainly is there in an extremely strong position, and I do think you still have, from Rubio to Roger Wicker, another guy I came in with, who now is Armed Services Chairman, John Thune, others. I still think that this strain of politics, sort of this hawkish strain of politics in the Republican Party, will outlast Donald Trump. And it's interesting. Lindsey was pushing hard, saying he was going to get together with Democratic Senator Blumenthal of Connecticut to push sanctions bill relief. I'm sure there's going to be another Republican that's going to step into that gap.
What map?
There's no doubt that Lindsey
for
certainly that school of thought.
Michigan Dessert Farm.
With a president who has
it's Prairie Farm, Michigan 4X is the map, and yeah, it's on
across the world.
FS22, one of the
getting up early
one of the mods
this morning. Thank
you
very much for coming to the weekend.
Oh my gosh, thank you for having me. It's great to talk about you guys and to talk with you guys, and certainly I'm thinking and praying for Lindsey and all of his friends in and out of Congress.
And folks, no doubt you will be talking about this breaking news tomorrow morning on Morning Joe, so we will catch you then, Joe. Joining us now, MS Now congressional reporter Michael Schnell. Michael, reaction has been coming in from around the world, but also from around the Senate. Any more statements coming out from the late Senator Lindsey Graham's colleagues?
Yeah, just within the last few minutes, we heard from Senator Tom Tillis, who is the Republican from North Carolina, at times at odds with somebody like Senator Lindsey Graham, but still had a lot of praise for him. I'll read to you right now, quote, "I'm shocked and saddened by the passing of my friend and colleague, Senator Lindsey Graham. Lindsey was a lifelong public servant, a tireless champion for South Carolina, and an outspoken advocate for America's role in protecting freedom throughout the world.
I'll be right back.
I are praying for Lindsey's family and his staff during this incredibly difficult time." Again, right there, talking about promoting freedom throughout the world. What we said before was what really led Lindsey Graham in his work on Capitol Hill, national security, defense, foreign policy. That being said, I want to draw your attention to another statement we heard, not from the Senate, but from the House, from Congressman Mike McCall, who previously chaired the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the Republican from Texas. He also spoke about this matters of foreign policy that Lindsey Graham so much so championed for the Republican Party and for Congress. again, Mike McCall writing in quote, "We shared a similar worldview that America is strongest at home when we are strong abroad. We worked together on many foreign policy issues, including the Russia sanctions bill." And then he's going to continue his legacy. Mike McCall says, "I'm introducing the House version of that bill this week, and Congress should pass it in his honor. Above all, Lindsey was a friend, and I will miss him very much." So again, these condolences coming from around the world, as you mentioned, but also from within Congress, not just the Senate, but also the House. Lindsey Graham being remembered for a lot of reasons, but one of them being this, how he championed national security, defense, and foreign policy on the international stage.
When you think about the Senate, like one of the core parts of the Senate is the relationships, right? And like they are lucky to have 6 years at a time because they're able to build relationships. They don't have to worry too much about being elected every single 2 years, which helps with that. When you think about his legacy of at one point being, and even to this day, working on bipartisan pieces of legislation, being someone who, as Joe mentioned, got teary-eyed talking about Joe Biden in 2015, right? All of those kinds of things. It harkens back to a time of yore, and a time I think that a lot of senators, when I talk to them, want to get back to.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite things about talking about when we talk about Congress. In the public view and when the cameras are on, it's rancorous. There's no doubt about that. It gets contentious, and members feel like that's just what they have to do politically. But when the cameras are on,
cool.
when folks are out of view of the cameras, it's
I think I had problems with people on Xbox on that multiplayer game I got. I can't remember,
watching the Senate
but I think I had problems with that.
And so the only thing that can be seen on the Senate floor is in the view
I
of
had
the
one guy
C-SPAN cameras
trying
that are
to
fixated in very specific
play
positions. So
multiplayer with me,
myself
and
others
I think
will
he
often
was
prefer
using the
to weigh in. Well,
Xbox.
go watch the Senate floor, because it's some of the best reporting. Sometimes you can see who's talking to who, what conversations are
I
happening.
kind of dabbled in that one at one time, but yeah, it does look like a cool map.
They have conversations.
Maybe we could
Lindsey
try
Graham
a.
was one of those. So while we know that there's politics
Maybe we could
only
try that
being
one.
infused in everything we talk
On the
about
edge of the
day to
map
day
here.
right now, there's also a personal aspect to it. And these folks are also colleagues. And even if they disagree on some matters, they still can get along at the end of the day. It's that old quote, you can disagree on something, but don't be disagreeable. Folks may have a lot of disagreements with Lindsey Graham, but at the end of the day, people serving on Capitol Hill liked serving with him. Claire McCaskill, I was on with her earlier, she was talking about Senator Lindsey Graham's wit and comedic humor, and said that sometimes he drove her crazy for the things he was doing, but at the end of the day, they work together on some bipartisan issues and they find reasons to get along. I think that's something that's going to shine through as we continue to see these messages of condolence come in.
And the one thing that you could say about Lindsey Graham that separated him from the rest of some of his colleagues at least, was whatever he was saying to those microphones, to reporters publicly, he was probably saying the same thing behind closed doors. He was pretty much a straight shooter sometimes to a flaw.
Yeah. And Ms. Niles, Michael Schnell, thank you. We're very lucky that you were here this morning. We'll have much more on Senator Lindsey Graham's legacy after the break with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell of Michigan. You're watching The Weekend.
Believe it or not, don't say it didn't work.
Hey, have you some miles?
Hello? You what? You're watching The Weekend. You spend hours building lead lists, Forrest, who talk about the rancorous frustration of Congress, but you are someone who has always leaned into the bipartisanship that Congress can deal with. What are your feelings about what happened today?
I love Lindsey Graham. It's probably going to shock a lot of people out there. I got to know him in the 90s when he came to Congress. I traveled with him. But you don't ever forget the difficult moments when somebody was there for you. And Lindsey Graham, when Donald Trump went viciously after me, first of all, publicly said that Donald Trump should apologize to me, and publicly called for him to do that, and then walked over to the House to make sure that I was okay and did I need anything. And Lindsey would check on me. Lindsey has always checked on me since John died. And I remember how he defended John McCain when the president went after John McCain. You know, and that's sometimes you
Oh, yeah.
had to look. I didn't agree with Lindsay.
I got
on a
this
lot
one
of
from
things,
Best
but
Buy,
I
and I'm not that happy with this one.
for Ukraine.
I've had a lot of
He's
problems
standing
with this one.
up. And I'd say, what are you doing? This is crazy. And he would say, Debbie, you got to talk to everybody. You tell everybody that. And he was. Somebody referred to him earlier as being the Trump whisperer. He would talk to the president, and the president listened to him and respected him. And you need relationships like that, a lot more of them on Capitol Hill, where people don't. I don't think that Lindsay rubber stamped on with Trump all of the time. I think we know how strong he was on Ukraine. But what I will always remember about Lindsey Graham is a man that had a heart. And when I was going through difficult times, or even not going through difficult times, but and buried someone who hides the personal side and how I feel, Lindsay never let me do that. And he was a caring person.
Well, that's a very touching story, Congresswoman, and it just sort of reminds me that we are in this moment now where even just talking to someone who shares dramatically different political opinions than maybe the party that you affiliate yourself with can sort of give them the scarlet letter.
Yeah, I do too.
The public
Well, I actually don't own an Xbox or
demonize
PlayStation
them
or anything
for
like
trying
that.
to at least have a
Pretty much
conversation.
the PC is the only thing I play on.
When I'm thinking about the death of Senator Graham, who I actually spent quite a bit of time with in 2015 and got to see up close this strategy that he employed in all aspects of his life, this idea of it's harder to hate up close. How do you ensure that the next generation of public servants, of lawmakers, that again, despite all the political differences, that are more like Lindsey Graham in order to actually get things done and advocate for their priorities? Or is that something that just doesn't work anymore in this time and age?
Well, I'm not going to stop working to make sure people have relationships, and I think that's one of the dangers of Congress now. You come in on a Monday, you're back to back, and look, I'm guilty of it too. As soon as we are done voting, I want to get out of town. But you got to take the time to get to know people, which really House and Senate members don't get to know each other at all. And I think I'm not, and look, I don't want anyone listening to me to say I think Lindsay was right on policies, but I could tell Lindsay he was crazy. What are you doing? Why are you thinking about this? Have you thought about this? And you need those kind of relationships to be able to say to people, these are complex issues, that we've all come from different perspectives. We've seen things differently. We know people being impacted. And, you know, all of you know me, so you know I've worked hard to do that. I mean, it's really stupid, but I'm like, how do you have people to have dinner together now? And we started this Library of Congress dinner series that I was telling David Rubenstein about, and at the time Jim Billington wasn't sure. And those dinners are sold out. And House and Senate members and their wives sit at the same table and actually introduce themselves and talk to each other. If you know somebody, you can trust that person more.
Have you listened to my other parodies? What do you think of them?
Relationships matter. If you don't know somebody, you can't trust them, and you can't tell them exactly
any
what
map on PC is good to play.
Nicely, if you do
I mean, it was designed for PC.
Congresswoman, I am wondering, given what you
some of my favorites are like Prairie Farm, Michigan 4X, and this is like one of my new favorites. This one right here.
Now that he leads,
it's different,
in this respect. As you're talking, I was thinking people who are similar to Senator Graham in terms of personality and temperament. Senator Cornyn, he's leaving. Senator Tillis, he's leaving. Is there anyone who can fill the void that you're talking about?
Well, I think we're going to have to work at it. I mean, I'm disturbed that we don't even have House and Senate members that know Senate members, quite frankly. You know, John Thune lived with me. I mean, John Thune and I were very...
Majority Leader Thune.
Majority Leader was someone that we actually started working on this 20 years ago. How do we bring people together? And the three senators you mentioned are all three senators I know, and deeply respect. I think there's some other senators there.
Ah,
I think that
Lindsey Graham. Oh, and this Mitch McConnell thing, because he's dead too. But he's, of course, the Republicans are trying to cheat and trying to keep his seat warm when there's supposed to be a special election now. But his wife's in China.
I really believe
I gotta wonder if this is all planned by them.
Had an agenda, or I think that is one of the things that concerns me. Who's going to have that relationship? Because I do believe Lindsay was able to get the president to listen on the subject of Ukraine, that I think we all agree about, that we need to be protecting democracies in other places as well.
Congresswoman Debbie Dingell of Michigan, as always, thank you very much for coming to the weekend.
Thank you, my friends.
And we'll be right back. You're watching The Weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen,
welcome back to our coverage of the death of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. He passed away last night at the age of 71. Back with us, Philip Bum, senior editor and columnist at Hearst, Connecticut, and Basil Smikle, MS Now political analyst, professor of practice at Columbia University, and former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party. You know, the death of Senator Graham comes at a very interesting time for the president, for the Republican Party, in that we are moving into the midterm elections, and there are a lot of things on the agenda that need to get done, and there isn't a lot of time to get it done. The president's supposed to be getting back out on the campaign trail, but in Pennsylvania. But Basil, does the president even have an agenda to run on, considering the nation's at war, inflation is still high, gas prices are still high? The one victory that Republicans were already crowing about, the president dumped all over, the housing bill that went into effect at 12:01 Saturday morning, because the president opted not to do anything about it. What is he going to talk about when he gets to Pennsylvania?
My guess is what he wants to talk about is the SAVE Act and the fact that Republicans in his party don't want to pass it. So he'll use that.
His election, I'll call it the election suppression bill.
Exactly right. And so he'll use that as leverage to essentially rally the troops against the Republicans to do something about that. Look, there's also a midterm election convention that they're doing in Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so this is his opportunity to continue to run, even though he can't run and his name's not on the ballot. But this is the one move that he has. And when you talk about the housing bill, the shame of it is that any other Republican, any elected official, but certainly any other Republican, would use that as an opportunity to go out there and give the members of his party cover to be able to run in this cycle, given that everything else is blowing up. But the reality is that his stepping away from that doesn't even give the Republicans an opportunity to kind of bask in the victory of that bill, because they're going to have to run and figure out whatever else he's going to do.
Because what people saw from 2 weeks, was 17 days, I think, was the fact that Donald Trump said he wasn't going to sign it. And then even when he, on Friday, he put on Truth Social that he wasn't signing it, and that he said if the dumb from Democrats is going to go to the Republicans in November because they're not going to pass the SAVE Act. What's interesting, he's going to be with David McCormick, the Republican senator from Pennsylvania, this week. According to McCormick, this is very important, Trump is expected to tout the creation of, quote, great-paying jobs for Americans across Pennsylvania and the country. Philip Bump, do we think that President Trump is going to say our message, or as Basil and Jonathan and me and Jackie believe, that he is going to go not even off the message that Republicans who are on the ballot in November want him to be on?
Yeah, no, I mean, he will definitely talk about how great the economy is, but he'll do it in the broad Trumpian terms of the best it's ever been and we're dying, so on and so forth. You know, I think this The death of Graham here, I think, is interesting because it is a reminder that this is a moment when Donald Trump and his party are at greater odds than they've been in a long time. Lindsey Graham was very, very close to him. He was a staunch ally. He loses that vote. Mitch McConnell is AWOL. Like, he's at 51 votes essentially in the Senate right now. At a moment when senators are going south on him because they've lost their primaries, and the Republican Party broadly is trying to figure out exactly that. How do we get between our base loves Donald Trump and wants to do everything he wants, but Donald Trump is doing all these things to turn off literally everyone else. In a recent YouGov Economist poll, 13% of non-Republicans approve of Donald Trump's job ready, right? Like, and those people are going to vote in a lot of these elections, and there's no middle ground, right? And so they're going to have this big celebration, this big midterm convention in September that we know is going to be all about Trump. And this just keeps putting more and more pressure on Republicans who understand that they have to be with Trump for their base and can't be with him for everyone else. And Trump is doing nothing to alleviate that.
Why are they holding this convention in Texas? Do they want to continue to spotlight Ken Paxton and what a bad candidate he's turned out to be?
Well, I don't think he cares. Trump doesn't care. Right.
Well, there's a lot of similarities.
I mean, but do you think is this a way for Trump to pretend that make himself the candidate that's running against Hillary?
Yeah, because he can't be on the ballot this year, right? So he needs to be able to get the Republican base to vote, but get the Republican base to act like he's still on the ballot.
Right.
And the fact is, and actually, it also sends a sign, right? A signal, right? Because as you think about the ways in which some Republican members wanted to have some level of local autonomy from the Trump administration, away from the Trump administration. This is a message to all of them, and particularly to John Cornyn, who's right there, to say, look, this is the price that you're going to pay for crossing me, right? I'm going to come into your state, I'm going to campaign against you, I'm going to do everything that I can to make sure that the voters remember that you defied me. And that message is what the Republicans, that's the only sort of organizing message that Republicans have.
And that convention is going to be less than 2 months. People may even be voting at the time, depending on when they have it in September and what state it is. And so what folks are going to see is Republican after Republican going up and talking about how great Donald Trump is. Right, when they're going, it's just like it illustrates better than I think anything else the focus of Donald Trump, which is Donald Trump. It's going to be incredible. Get in that. Philip and Basil, they are staying with us. There's a lot more to talk about because coming up, more on Trump and his Republican Party in conflict over the Iran war, the economy, and so much more. You're watching The Weekend.
Alright, so we got level 4. Okay. Let's get some water in there. Across through here. Get some vegetables growing now. Sell them, store the ones I can't sell right now. And then once I can sell them for money. Be right back. Oh. 3 hours and 10 minutes already. Cool. Pretty good live stream. Got my phone working again finally. Put your shirt on, huh? What?
Well, I've been thinking about it more in terms of what needs to be done based on what we saw happen last time. I think a thing that all of us can do is support election workers and election officials. The last time around, we saw that those people stood firm, and they were, in many cases, the difference. It's clear to me, anyways, that what I've seen publicly, that those people are going to be put under great pressure.
Sounding of the alarm from the man who investigated Donald Trump's last attempt to overturn an election in 2020. Things he warns next time could get worse, and we need to all be extra diligent in trying to protect those who administer our elections. Because when it comes to Donald Trump, it seems like no affront to American democracy is off limits. Take the latest stunning new body of reporting in the New York Times that the Trump administration is putting not just the lives of election workers at risk, but the lives of all Americans at risk. Because now if states don't comply with their demands, they will take action on this latest effort by Trump that essentially amounts to extortion. Quote, the Trump administration is requiring states to change the way they conduct elections or risk losing tens of millions of federal terrorism prevention funds. in its latest move that would make voting harder and undermine trust in results that don't go President Trump's way. That effort would force states to transition to paper ballots, verify citizenship of voters, and make other changes to election procedures, according to Federal Emergency Management Agency documents. FEMA, part of Homeland Security, has told states that it would withhold 20% of some terrorism preparedness grants unless they provide, quote, proof of compliance with the election security measures, the documents show. The grants, which total $1 billion each year, help pay for physical barriers and other security measures, as well as planning and drill exercises and cybersecurity protections. As for those states that will likely feel this the most, the New York Times reports this, quote, the grants go largely to populous states with large urban areas, including New York, California, and Texas. New York is set to receive about $204 million in fiscal year 2026, according to the Office of Governor Kathy Hochul. Considering the law says that states are the ones who run and regulate elections, not the executive branch, this effort is likely to face a lot of legal pushback. But it does illustrate how openly brazen Donald Trump's anti-democratic efforts to rig the midterms go. This administration putting the lives of U.S. citizens at risk as it tries to undermine the midterm elections is where we begin the hour with New York Times journalists covering elections and voting for years now. Nick Corsiniti, his byline is on that reporting we've read from. Also joining us, former top DOJ official and general counsel for the FBI, our legal analyst Andrew Weissman's here, plus the founder of the Public Integrity Project and former special counsel in the Justice Department, Brendan Ballou, is back. Nick, take us through what you're reporting.
So my colleagues and I were looking at these documents known as federal proposals for funding and found some pretty fascinating requirements that were being proposed that dealt with elections. And almost every single one of them is pretty obviously going to run into legal challenges. Some have been decided by courts recently, and others are just clearly against what the Constitution lays out. And we can go through a few of them. Two of the provisions require these states to use the SAVE system. That's the system within the Department of Homeland Security that was initially built to check immigration status, that has since been retooled, and the administration is trying to pressure states to upload their voter rolls there to look for non-citizens. Now, a federal judge recently said states can't do that. Another judge kind of disagreed, and it's in legal question right now. But using the SAVE system to single-handedly look for non-citizens on the voter rolls has been proven to be faulty and knocked down by judges. At the same time, they're also looking to require states to use hand-marked paper ballots. Now, there are a host of jurisdictions that use hand-marked paper ballots, but certainly not all of them. And there are ADA regulations for people with disabilities who need to use election machines to, look at bigger fonts or things like that. And at the same time, these hand-marked paper ballots are still run through tabulators, so they use election machines, even though, the election conspiracy theorists on the right who might be pushing for this would not want any machines to be used. And one more thing that clearly showed that these provisions are likely to face legal challenges is that they required this 5% manual audit that was going to be described by the Secretary. Now, the Constitution says that states set the time, place, and manner of elections. Congress can pass federal law. There's nothing in there about the executive branch. That includes the president, and that includes the Department of Homeland Security and the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. So that alone would, run against the Constitution. But also, a 5% blanket audit isn't necessarily best practices for elections. It would be, in a state like California, in a presidential election, completely unnecessary and a waste of money. That's a blue state. You don't really need a 5% audit. But in a tightly contested congressional election, a 5% audit probably isn't enough. You need a risk limiting audit, and states are good at that. So there was a lot in there that showed both a lack of understanding about elections and a lack of understanding about some of the legal consequences of these changes.
Who wrote the memo?
That is still something that we're, kind of looking at, but it's coming from the Department of Homeland Security, and it references, things and desires and plans laid out by the Secretary. So my colleagues and I are still looking into, I think, a little bit more there, but it's clearly coming from the Department of Homeland Security.
For the first time, I was going to talk to the prettiest and most powerful girl in the school. What could possibly go wrong? Eliza immediately blasted me with her warm power. I flew across the hall before slamming into the locker.
Who said you could ask me out? Do you even have an ability?
I scrambled to grab my things.
I just wanted your help unlocking my power before the military picks us up in 2 hours.
And you think I'll risk my ranking by associating myself with a powerless level 0 pervert like you?
Everyone thought I was one of the only people in the world without powers, but I was going to prove them all wrong. As I reached into my backpack, my heart sank. My locked ability book from my dead parents, the one thing that could potentially grant me a power, was missing. Eliza chuckled and picked up the book from the floor.
Seriously? You wanted help opening this pathetic thing?
In her hand was my ability book, covered in ancient symbols, radiating dark energy. I reached for it, but suddenly someone shoved me into the locker. Riley Blade, the most powerful student in the school, loomed over me.
Think you can talk to my girl, you little sicko? You just failed your final assessment. You're officially worthless!
Eliza flopped to his side and kissed him on the cheek. He took my book and stared at it.
So your book won't open? Why? Are your parents too poor to get you an ability book that actually works?
Nearby students laughed, but I ignored their jeers and rose. I was certain that if I could just open my book, I'd unlock power unlike anyone else. It was the last thing I had from my parents after they died in the Dalkey War. I was going to get it back, no matter what.
Give that back!
I charged at him without thinking, catching him off guard. He engulfed his body in a roaring flame.
You little rat!
Despite the scorching heat, I held on. He grabbed my face with his burning hand.
What's wrong with
the Department of Homeland Security?
I mean, is to have it thrown out by a judge, would a state have to oppose it? I mean, I'm just wondering what red states will do in critical battlegrounds like Texas and Ohio. Could a governor or a secretary of state amenable to conspiracy theories adopt the measures, take the trade on terrorism dollars, and put in place illegal practices, or will lawsuits be brought against any state that employs these proposals?
Well, as we've seen with other proposed changes to elections from the executive branch, be that, the executive order, policies at the DHS, policies at the DOJ, there have been groups of Democratic states, Democratic attorneys general, outside groups like LULAC, voting rights groups. They bring these lawsuits, and federal judges sometimes bar them, countrywide. And so you can see how a lawsuit from, say, the coalition that has been suing some of these DOJ practices of Democratic state attorneys general could bring a lawsuit here. But states are run, states run their own elections. So there is a state that could adopt or may already do most of these provisions laid out. And whether that impacts their, counterterrorism dollars or not is kind of unclear, whether they want to have these state policies. But I think the requirements and the way that it's laid out is likely to face a legal challenge that could impact, the program nationwide.
Andrew Weissman, I guess if you're sort of doing this long enough, you'll see everything. And I think tying counterterrorism grants to stealing an election was a story that was never on my bingo card, even as somebody who's covered Donald Trump every day for 9 years. Let me read this post from friend of the show, Miles Taylor. He posted this, quote, "If you live in a blue state, Donald Trump just put a gun to your head. He's withholding cash to stop terrorist attacks, cyber attacks, and mass shootings from states that say no to his voting rules. If the fight to protect democracy wasn't personal for you, it is now. And as we said, the grants, which total $1 billion a year, help pay for physical barriers and other security measures, as well as planning and drill exercises and cybersecurity protections."
Well, one thing that I am old enough to remember, and actually with you, Nicole, is that this sounds an awful lot like the first Trump impeachment, where there was the so-called perfect call, and it was, if I do, an extortion scheme of holding critical, we now realize how critical, funds to Ukraine to defend itself. And here we're talking about the same thing. And in Ukraine's case, it was to announce an investigation of what he thought was going to be his political rival, Joe Biden and his son. And here it's to coerce states to do something
that legally, directly, they have not been required to do under the law. I will say that I'm enough of a cynic to think that this is kind of a win-win from the administration, because they either will have the states concede and do this, and that may be very well with red states. And in blue states that don't do this, I think it is clear we're going to see this again when the administration, when they lose in those states, says there was fraud and you didn't do the things that we were saying that you needed to do, and they're going to use that as part of their sort of unilateral claims of fraud in the midterms and elections going forward, because we can see now that they're perfectly willing to make any and all claims regardless of law and regardless of facts. So in many ways, I think this is just a very cynical move on the part of the administration.
The threats are personal, and they really are landing with a thud in most places. Brendan, let me read you this from Nick's reporting. Justice Department threatens top election officials over non-citizen voting. Quote, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, the top election official in Utah and a Republican, expressed frustration with the Justice Department's tenor and tactics. Quote, got another love letter this morning from the DOJ, sprinkled throughout with threats of criminal prosecution, Ms. Henderson wrote on social media. I'm sure I'm not the only chief election officer of a state who's being targeted for following state and federal law by resisting DOJ's demands for private voter data that have thus far been ruled illegal by at least a dozen courts. This is truly bizarre behavior by the federal agency that is supposed to be protecting civil rights. What does this fight look like when you've lost the Republican election chief of Utah?
Well, it's encouraging, that this sort of federal incursion is, something that's greeted with skepticism, even in a ruby red state like Idaho. But to Andrew's point, I completely agree. I think this, unfortunately, is something of a win-win for the administration. Either they accomplish their legal objectives, and it's going to be harder for people to vote and easier for the federal government to interfere, or they don't, and they're going to have a cudgel to wield against blue states that have tried to resist this and use this for accusations of fraud, which I think raises 2 points. One is, in a world where elections need to be not just secure, but perceived to be secure, I think this is a role where just every American, including your viewers, can play a role here, which is talking about the basic facts of election fraud, the fact that election fraud is almost infinitesimally rare, and really trying to pre-butt a lot of these arguments that we now know are going to be used on election day and beyond. So I think there's a role for every American to play here. To Nick's point about litigation, I also think it's important to show that there's a role for nonprofits, state AGs, and states to be playing here, not just to try to sue to stop this to get the preliminary injunction, but to go further. And what we've seen is the administration is absolutely unconcerned about losing in court here because there's a perception benefit to just filing the case, which is why litigants need to be continuing on here and really trying to get damages in these cases, because if all the administration does is lose, that's not an incentive enough for them to stop.
It's so interesting. Nick, the Department of Homeland Security actually looked at non-citizen voting and found like 0.00001% in its own look. I think Kristi Noem was still the Secretary of Homeland Security. What is their spin to themselves about what this is about?
Well, I mean, they've been looking for non-citizen voting across the government, right? There's been different agencies that have tried to prove this, and there is just simply no proof. My colleague Ali Berzon and I wrote that story about their first initial review. They looked at about 50 million voter records, and of those 50 million, they found about 0.02% that they referred for further investigation. Now that does not mean that there were 0.02%, an already extremely small percentage of the non-citizens that they found on the rolls. It was just people that they needed to look into. And when they kept investigating, they found that a lot of those voters were either erroneously on the rolls due to like a voter error and they never voted, or they recently naturalized and it was perfectly legal for them to vote and be on those voter rolls. So there's been errors in the data. there's been these long investigations across the executive branch to try and find non-citizens under voter rolls. And there's been state attorney general and state secretaries of state, both Republican and Democrat, who are looking for this because that's part of their job, and they haven't found it. So to make this so kind of core to a policy coming out of the DHS, while they're also looking to threaten and possibly penalize states for supposedly having these non-citizens, just shows how much this is coming from a political point of view. There is no evidence. There are election officials on both sides who work tirelessly to make sure their voter rolls are clean and accurate. And so when the threats are coming against them for not finding any, you realize that it's more of a political moment to have the fight, to create the doubt, than to actually find any of these to begin.
This is also happening at the highest levels of the Justice Department. You have reporting on his pulling the levers. I want to ask you about that, Nick. No one goes anywhere. Also ahead when we come back, the Trump administration's obsession with relitigating the 2020 presidential election in Georgia is running into all sorts of legal roadblocks. We'll tell you about the latest legal rebuke after a short break. Yet another legal roadblock to tell you about in Donald Trump's attempts to investigate his defeat in the 2020 election in Georgia. This one in Fulton County. This is coming from a Trump-appointed judge. Judge William Ray issued an order saying that the statute of limitations for any possible crimes has, quote, long expired. While shooting down a grand jury subpoena sought by Trump's Justice Department, Judge Ray said this, quote, the DOJ is engaged in an arbitrary fishing expedition such that the subpoena is unreasonable and must be quashed. We're back with Nick, Andrew, and Brendan. Andrew, I'm not a judge and I don't speak judge, but that sounds like a big, giant smackdown in judge speak.
It is. And I want to make sure people understand how big it is. I was a prosecutor for over 20 years. I was a defense lawyer for 10 years. So I will do that math, which is in 30 years, the number of times that I experienced and saw a grand jury subpoena being quashed by a judge because it was improper would be zero. That has happened now in the case that we just reported on, Nicole, that happened with Judge Boasberg in the Federal Reserve Jerome Powell case. It happened in the Minnesota case involving the sitting governor and mayor. All of those cases are an indictment of Donald Trump. They're an indictment of Todd Blanche, who I keep on sort of mentioning every chance I get because his confirmation hearing is coming up. And these judges, who are not, as you noted, rogue sort of lefties, they include judges appointed by Donald Trump, are saying this is completely improper. And just a quick quote from this judge, the DOJ essentially asks the court to turn a blind eye to the DOJ's investigation of non-specific allegations and or crimes which have no possibility of a conviction. And he says, I'm not doing it, I'm quashing it. And so it really tells you about the sort of vindictive nature of what this administration is doing, and that judges are not having any of it.
I mean, it begs the question, Andrew, how do they find people to participate in things that will bring them shame for the rest of their careers? Like, why would anyone be a part of a DOJ endeavor that is getting attempted prosecutions quashed by judges before they even start?
So that's a great question. I don't think there's one answer for everyone. I think that there are people who like power. I think there are people who like money. I think there are people who are actually just vindictive. The New York Times had a fascinating piece a few weeks ago about people who essentially felt sort of overlooked and that by joining with Trump, they can suddenly say to themselves, oh, look, see, I am really good. It's the system that was against me. And it was sort of a very psychological look at who are the people who join up for this. But whatever the reason is, I mean, this reminds me if I once was in front of a judge who said, you know what, I'm not a social worker or a psychologist, meaning whatever the reason is, they're doing something that judges that are, appointed by Republicans and Democrats, including Donald Trump, are saying is wrong and improper in a legal standard that is so deferential to the government. As Brendan knows, this is one, the hurdle is so easy to meet if you're in government, because all you need to do is show that you're acting in good faith. And just remember, you're at the Department of Justice because you are trying to do justice. You're trying to see if there's bad conduct out there that you will prosecute it. So it's so easy to meet that standard. So the fact that we're seeing it in Georgia, in Minnesota, in Washington, D.C., and that's just in connection with grand juries, but we're seeing it in all sorts of cases. You mentioned in another segment, Abrego Garcia, where a judge threw that out saying it was vindictive. So in just so many different ways, judges are saying that they're not going to stomach what's going on.
I mean, Brendan, weigh in on this. You were in the department most recently of all of us. What is your sense of how they stomach not just the unethical practices being deployed by Donald Trump and Todd Blanche and the people are being asked to do, but just being losers? I mean, they keep losing. I don't think they've won in court. So judges either throw them out because they are plainly vindictive, or in the case of Abrego Garcia, brazenly reverse engineered by Todd Blanche, is what that judge said, or they just lose. They just are crappy cases. How do they stomach and take on all that?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think as Andrew said, there's a range of psychologies in the Department of Justice right now, from, I think the very principled people that are staying in the Department of Justice because they believe that they can keep the institution alive for these 4 years. And I think some of them are willing to sign on to losing cases because they think that they can make them less bad, less political, less vindictive, and so forth. To folks that, this is their moment to shine. They probably wouldn't have, been in the leadership of the Department of Justice. They probably would have never been hired in the first place. But suddenly they're the ones that are going to be up here in front of federal grand juries, seek indictments and so forth. So for a certain percentage of them, it doesn't really matter if they win or lose. They're in the door, and that's pretty exciting. I will say, this particular decision, again, as Andrew noted, is incredibly unusual given DOJ's track record. It's also incredibly useful. So, you're aware there is this quote-unquote grand conspiracy investigation happening in the Southern District of Florida right now that's trying to tie together any number of election conspiracies from 2020 to false, alleged false statements made to members of Congress and so forth. It's awfully hard to quash a subpoena or a third-party subpoena in any sort of criminal investigation. What's useful in this decision is the judge was very explicit that one of the primary reasons why he's quashing this is that the statute of limitations has expired on any alleged crimes related to 2020. Now, Georgia's a different state than Florida, so it's only persuasive authority, but if you're the recipient of a subpoena or called to testify in this grand jury, in this grand conspiracy investigation, you can point to this decision and say, look, my subpoena needs to be suppressed because there's nothing that they could investigate that's still a crime that could be prosecuted. So I think that this has positive impacts beyond just this specific case.
I'd like to see who dares touch my son.
Finally, I can buy the poop fuel block.
Next.
Hey, why are you all cutting the line? Shut up, peasants. My shelter's level 180.
Oh, boss, they are just level 5 trash. Ignore them.
Go freeze in the dirt.
Take me to your bedroom, Buster.
I will burn this camp to ashes!
At the start of the game, you can choose any shelter you want. Once you pick a spot, it's home for good. So make sure it's a place where you truly feel at peace. From there, you'll spend your days exploring, gathering wood and parts to make your little nook stronger and better. You can even add an engine, turning your treehouse or your train into a cozy home that travels across the wasteland with you. Along the way, you'll meet some wonderful people to help you build. Don't worry about the noises in the dark. With With your roof turrets all set, your home will stay the warmest, safest place on Earth. Upgrade it to its final form. Because in this world, having a place to sleep soundly is the greatest feeling of all.
Nick, ProPublica has some reporting about Ken Paxton, who's sort of a walking hypocrisy mural of terrible stories, that in any normal moment we wouldn't even be talking about him as a viable candidate, but here we are. Let me read you that reporting. An announcement linked to guidance from Paxton's office about election laws in Texas, which included a warning that, quote, it is illegal to misrepresent your residence on election records or to establish a residence for the purpose of influencing the outcome of an election. You must register to vote using the address where you reside, the Attorney General's guidance stated. Despite his own warnings, ProPublica reports Paxton appears to have used an address where he did not live while voting in 6 elections in the last 2 years, including in May's runoff that made him the Republican nominee. Any sense that what's good for the goose is good for the gander?
Well, I mean, we've seen some, elected officials when it comes to voting cast a ballot in a way that they've said, shouldn't be. President Trump has voted by mail on numerous occasions throughout his life. And, he says on social media that he wants to ban all mail ballots except for the military. And he's written executive orders and pressured states to restrict mail voting or to try and really eliminate it. So there's certainly a divide between, say, what the policies are and the politics behind a method of voting that might be embraced by a party, and then the actions taken by that elected official. I haven't necessarily confirmed the Paxton reporting, but it would fit with a pattern that we've seen elsewhere. But there's also, to get back to the earlier discussion about the Justice Department taking on these losses, and even Paxton, a lot of what all this is about is the fight and creating doubt and sowing chaos in that uncertainty by continuing to put forward these claims. So even every loss, it's still a victory because you entered this doubt, this debate into the public arena. I was talking to Chairman Pitts after the decision yesterday. He's the chair of elections in Fulton County, and he said people are coming up to him and saying, "I'm afraid to vote. Like, what if I get swept up in this? Or what if there's troops in the street?" Or all the things that we've talked about that have been knocked down by courts repeatedly are still reaching voters and still having a potentially chilling effect. So I think sometimes the fight, whether that's losing in court, whether that's losing in bringing your policy to a different agency, or something that an individual elected official might have done, casting their own ballot, that's sometimes the point.
When we come back, how the leaders at Yale Law School are trying to block that university from cutting a deal and capitulate.
All right, I think I got it all. 2 full rows. Can't remember how many trees it was, but that's a full load right there. Good, lot of wood. Good, lot of wood. Like it.
Mind if I catch a meeting at 5 o'clock? At 2:02?
That's fine.
At 2:02, people.
2:02.
Just letting y'all know, people, that's 2:02.
2:02. 0. O is a letter, 0 is a number. We rag each other about that all the time. Malachi even gets on the argument too. That's cute. You can do it. Come on. You're the truck that could. The truck that could. No, I can't. I know I can. I know I can. Straight. Keep going straight. Is he going to a meeting or is he going on a date?
Every day for 30 days. Let's see. This is day 1. I just applied it for the first time, and my skin feels thicker, stronger, and very hydrated, like my skin instantly absorbed it. I can tell this stuff is all natural. I'm already hooked. I'll update you in 10 days. This is day 10. I'm not going to lie, I was skeptical, but something is definitely happening. The wrinkles on my forehead are reducing really quickly, and my jawline is getting sharper. My entire face looks sharper and more defined, like the structure is coming back. But let's see what happens in another 10 days. This is day 20, and I'm actually blown away right now. My eye bags are almost gone. The dark circles that made me look tired for the last 20 years are fading. My eyes look awake and alive and full of energy. Wow. 10 more days to go. This is the last day, day 30. I just took a photo and put it next to day 1. I look like a completely different man, right? But let me be honest with you. The biggest change isn't even my face. It's my confidence. When I look in the mirror, I don't see a tired old man anymore. I look so damn sharp, almost dangerous. I love it. People treat me different. Women look at me again. I feel like myself. This fortune.
Breaking overnight, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham has died. This week starts right now. Shocking tragedy. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham dies unexpectedly at the age of 71.
I'm not about making speeches alone. I'm about putting networks together.
We'll have a remembrance, and we're joined by South Carolina Senator Tim Scott and Democrat Chris Coons as we look back at Graham's life and legacy. And bombing resumes once again, with the Iranians claiming the Strait of Hormuz is now closed. We're joined by UN Ambassador Mike Waltz. Security concerns.
Are you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air Force One?
I'm number 1 on their list.
President Trump returns from the NATO summit, but not on the new Air Force One. Regime change co-author Jonathan Swan joins our roundtable to discuss. Mad scramble to replace Graham Plattner after an allegation of sexual assault forced him to drop out. This morning, how will the party choose a new nominee?
From
Be right
ABC
back.
News, it's This Week. Here now, Martha Rabbits.
Good morning and welcome to This Week. We begin with breaking and shocking news out of Washington this morning. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham has died. Shortly before 2 a.m. this morning, his office released a short statement saying the senator had passed away from a brief and sudden illness. Graham served in the Senate for more than 2 decades and was a fierce advocate for democracy abroad, and especially Ukraine. He had just turned 71 on Thursday and was in Kyiv Friday on a bipartisan trip meeting with President Zelensky. Graham was an initial critic of President Trump, but turned into one of his biggest allies. President Trump reacting to the news overnight, calling Graham one of the greatest senators he has ever known and a true American patriot. We will speak with fellow South Carolina Senator Tim Scott in a moment, but first, a look back at Graham's life and legacy. Shockwaves across Washington and beyond this morning after the death of one of the most powerful and prominent lawmakers in the Senate, Lindsey Graham. The South Carolina senator died of a brief and sudden illness, according to a statement from his office. He had just turned 71. Washington, D.C. EMS dispatched to Graham's home on Saturday night for a man in apparent cardiac arrest.
Thank you very much.
Graham had just returned to Washington from Ukraine, where he met with President Zelensky on Friday.
Good visit with the president, right?
Yeah, I think that we had really a good meeting.
Zelensky writing on social media this morning he is deeply saddened by the news of Graham's passing, adding, Lindsay was a true defender of freedom and the values that make our world safer. More tributes to the late senator pouring in overnight. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster in a statement calling Graham the fiercest of fighters for South Carolina and America. Graham was first elected to the Senate in 2002. He defeated primary challengers last month to secure the Republican nomination to serve a fifth term. A long-serving member of the Judiciary Committee, Graham chaired the committee from 2019 to 2021 and helped push through President Trump's judicial nominees, including Justice Brett Kavanaugh.
This is the most unethical sham since I've been in politics.
He voted for President Obama's appointed Justices Sonia Sotomayor and Elena Kagan to the Supreme Court, but helped to block Merrick Garland's nomination following the death of Justice Antonin Scalia. Earlier in his career, he was also involved in efforts to craft a bipartisan deal on immigration, working across the aisle. Graham was considered a hawk, a strong supporter of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and later Iran. He became close with John McCain, who he considered a mentor, and Joe Lieberman, the trio known as the Three Amigos. McCain's daughter Megan sharing on X, "My dad was the soul of the group, Joe was the heart of the group, and Lindsay was the fire and humor." Their combination bonded them as friends throughout their lives.
He is loyal to his friends. He loves his country. And if he has to stand up to his party for his country, so be it. He would die for this country. I love him to death.
Prior to his time in the Senate, he served in the House of Representatives for 4 terms, first elected in 1994. Graham gaining national attention for his role in President Bill Clinton's impeachment, serving as an impeachment manager in his trial.
Because impeachment is not about punishment. Impeachment is about cleansing the office.
Born and raised in South Carolina, Graham served in the Air Force
Which you don't care about when a
and in the
Republican
South Carolina
right now.
Air National Guard. He retired in 2015 at the rank of colonel, serving in the reserves while in Congress. Graham launched a campaign for president in 2015.
No one here, including me, ever expected to hear me say, I'm Lindsey Graham, and I'm running for president of the United States.
Dropping out before the primaries, then a vocal critic of Donald Trump's candidacy.
I think he's a kook. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office.
Graham later becoming one of President Trump's strongest allies in the Senate, at times a frequent golf partner and personal friend. President Trump writing on social media, Senator Lindsey Graham, one of the greatest people and senators I have ever known, is dead. He was always working and was a true American patriot. Lindsey will be greatly missed. The late senator earlier this year asked how he'd like to be remembered.
Then I spoke up, shared my thoughts, creatively put together coalitions that move the ball. I'm not about making speeches alone. I'm about putting networks together.
And he certainly will be remembered that way. Of course, the news coming as a shock to so many in Congress this morning. Let's bring in our Capitol Hill correspondent, Jay O'Brien. Jay, what's the reaction been on Capitol Hill so far?
Martha, this stunned senators on both sides of the aisle. John Thune, Majority Leader in the Senate, saying that his heart is heavy this morning, calling Graham a, quote, trusted advisor, saying that numerous presidents and other heads of state have relied on his counsel. Roger Wicker, Republican senator of Mississippi, saying that there are no words to describe Lindsey Graham. And Jim Banks, Republican senator of Indiana, posting a photo of he and Graham when Graham was deployed to Afghanistan with the Air Force Reserves. He served in the reserves for 10 years. He was also an active duty Air Force lawyer for 6 years. Jim Banks saying that the Senate will not be the same without Graham.
And Jay, Graham was up for re-election, as we said, this year. So what happens now?
So Republicans in South Carolina now must, by state law, have a primary to pick a new candidate to replace Graham on the ballot. That has to happen rather quickly in just the next few weeks. And then again, they've got to get a new name on that ballot for November.
Thanks so much, Jay. I'm joined now by Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina. Senator, I'm so sorry for your loss, for the loss in your state. You and Senator Graham served together in the Senate for more than 13 years together. What do you want Americans to remember about him, your friend, your colleague?
Thank you so much. I'll say America lost a statesman, but I lost a friend. And one of the most important parts of the Lindsey Graham story and journey is that here's a person who always saw you. So often in politics, many Americans feel unseen, they feel invisible. And Lindsey saw them so often, he would take the time, and whether it was casework in his office, whether it was on the Senate floor, he always was looking for people who seemed and felt invisible. And one of the most powerful forces for good, Lindsey Graham, is because his pain of his past, losing his mother within 15 months, losing his father, that misery he used to make sure that everybody was seen and that he was absolutely aggressive about keeping Americans safe. It is his legacy. America is a safer country because of Lindsey Graham.
You became the first black senator in the state's history. Graham said of that historic moment at the time, this is a day that has been long in the making in South Carolina. He really did welcome you into the Senate.
He did. He's just a good person, was a good person, a great friend, and he had the ability to make you feel welcome when you're going to do something that has never been done before. You find yourself looking around a room for someone who seems to want to embrace you and accept you. Lindsey was very fast on that one side. He was just dead there for me. He was right in the spot. And I will always remember Lindsey Graham as a guy who, as soon as I was appointed to the Senate, he embraced my candidacy for re-election. He was there on the campaign trail with me. But to my mother, he became a friend. To my family, he became a friend. He was one of only 3 or 4 senators I invited to my wedding because Lindsey Graham had become a part of the family. And it is a rare thing in politics, a rare thing in life to find people who are actually your friends. Lindsey Graham said it a long time ago. It makes me laugh now. You want a friend in Washington, D.C., buy a dog. And Martha, actually proved that concept wrong because he was my friend.
Well, Senator Graham was originally a critic of then candidate Donald Trump. That certainly switched. He was one of the president's most loyal followers. How did that transition happen? And when you look at that, what did you see?
Well, Martha, I think it happened over time. Here's 2 hardcore, hardworking, hard-nosed individuals running essentially against each other, and then ultimately they became the best of friends. I can't think of anyone in the Senate who spoke to President Trump more than Lindsey Graham. The evolution of their relationship, I think it started once again with their commitment to winning was incredible, but their willingness to listen, even when they vehemently disagreed, was remarkable. I've been in rooms with both of them, and I got to tell you that their true friendship could only be seen behind the curtain, so to speak, where they would argue back and forth over important issues, always respectfully. Lindsey Graham always understood the office of the presidency deserved respect, but he also said, my friend Donald J. Trump deserved respect. And that relationship was forged under fire because they had so many opportunities to work together from a foreign policy standpoint, but it was also forged on the golf course where they had, I bet you, 100+ hours playing golf over a decade, understanding and appreciating the unique unique differences that they both brought to the table. And it was the ability to see the benefit of talking to people not like yourself that made Lindsey Graham such a powerful force for good for our country. And I think that actually led he and President Trump to having a really powerful friendship.
Just quickly, a closing thought. How do you fill that hole?
You don't. Lindsey Graham is irreplaceable. What you do, however, is you try to move on, and our state will have to move on. I think August will be a very busy month in South Carolina as we start the process of finding the Republican nominee for this November's ballot. You can't fill a Lindsey Graham hole. I can tell you one thing. I don't know another person who spent his entire adult life for one purpose: to make sure America remained the safest country on the planet to live. It was literally, I think of his sister and I think of America. That would be the two major ingredients to Lindsey Graham's family. And he was just that committed to our country.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning at Those Thoughts, Senator.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm joined now by Delaware Democratic Senator Chris Coons, who was a good friend of Lindsey Graham. Senator, thank you for being with us. I know this must be especially hard for you. You had dinner with Senator Graham on his 71st birthday on Thursday night in Ankara, Turkey. This must be shocking and emotional for you.
It is, Martha. This was very hard news to wake up to this morning. Lindsey Graham was, look, as Tim just said, and I'll agree with him, no better friend, no tougher adversary. And he and I certainly fought plenty over our differences about politics and policy, but we also traveled the world together. We got to go to Africa many times, to the Middle East, to Europe. Memorably, after the shocking attack of October 7th, Lindsey pulled together a bipartisan group of 10 senators. And we went to Tel Aviv, to Riyadh, and to Cairo. The other members of that trip, which included folks, from the far right and far left in the Senate, commented on how it was such a powerful and engaging trip. He was one of the funniest men I've ever known. In a tense diplomatic situation with a challenging meeting, he could break the ice. He could make everybody crack up. The very first trip I took with him, I wrote down a whole list of Lindseyisms, and I'm going to look for that because it is hard to lose him. Over dinner to celebrate his birthday in Ankara, we were talking about how unlikely it was that either of us would end up senators. His childhood was hard. He was orphaned at a young age, and he never imagined he'd be a United States senator. He was in a good mood, having just won his primary, and he was very focused on Ukraine. We had met with President Zelensky earlier that day, and it was a great meeting. And he was jubilant that President Trump seemed in a better place. The most important bill Lindsey Graham was working on with Senator Tig Blumenthal was a bill to apply greater pressure, more sanctions, more tariffs, to try and deter Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine. And Lindsey told me that President Trump had just said to him he would support the bill. And it's my hope that we will take up and pass this bill in Lindsey's memory this week when we all get back to session.
And Senator, you have these lovely memories of Senator Graham, but he often did clash with you, and he was a very strong supporter of President Trump. How did you talk about that? How did you get through that?
So, in a memorable exchange we had, this was a couple years ago. He and I were the chair and the ranking of the appropriations subcommittee that funded foreign aid, and it was in the first Trump administration. And he had saved foreign aid at that point. And it was the same week of the Kavanaugh fight, which was ugly and awful. And he and I were at the same event. And someone said to me, "How can you stand Lindsey Graham?" And I said, "Well, I love him like a brother," which means when I fight with him, I want to kill him. And they're awful and ugly fights. And yet when we work together, and when I see the good that he wants to do for our country, I'm able to forgive him and find the positives in him.
We had knockdown, drag-out fights. The Kavanaugh confirmation was exceptionally ugly. There were other things he did I really, really disagreed with and thought were bad choices and violated our shared values. But I also saw him in his best moments, fighting fiercely for the underdog in America,
Senator,
for freedom around the world, and for a better future for all.
Senator, we thank you so much, and our condolences once again. Coming up, the U.S. escalating attacks on Iran last night after Iran hit another commercial ship in the Strait of Hormuz. I'll speak with UN Ambassador Mike Waltz when we come back.
Is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with anybody but they're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
President Trump at the NATO summit saying the ceasefire with Iran was over after renewed strikes this week broke the fragile truce. After efforts at negotiations in the region over the weekend, last night, a new escalation. Iran saying the Strait of Hormuz is closed after they fired on a commercial ship. The U.S. responding with its third round of strikes on targets inside Iran in the past week. I'm joined now by the U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Michael Waltz. Good morning. Mr. Ambassador, I want to start first with your thoughts about Senator Graham. I think you first met him when he was a colonel in the Air National Guard, and you met him in Afghanistan. Thoughts this morning?
I did. My heart breaks for his family, particularly his sister, who he raised while putting himself through college after losing their parents at an early age, his nieces. For South Carolina, he took such pride, whether it was a little old lady who didn't get the benefits she deserved, that was married to a veteran, and Lindsey would lean in and tell the bureaucracy, we're going to do this the easy way or the hard way. Or as you just mentioned, I met him in Afghanistan. He was there on his reserve duty. Senator Graham would become Colonel Graham, drove the Pentagon crazy, by the way. Not only was he out there training the Afghan JAG officers, but really what he wanted was ground truth. And that's what he really prized. And I think everyone should remember him for that. He brought that ground truth back. He always looked out for the troops. And that's, at the end of the day, he said our freedoms can never be taken for granted. They have to be defended with strength. And we have to support our military to keep us all safe and free and our economy open.
Well, the senators certainly supported President Trump's war in Iran, so let's turn to that. Overnight, the U.S. resumed bombing the third time this week, and the president had given Iran yet another chance with a meeting in Oman on Saturday, demanding that Iran say publicly that the strait would be opened and they would not fire on ships. That did not happen. We bombed again. They said nothing like that publicly. How did this fall apart so quickly?
Well, I think Iran is still very much of the mindset that it can use the global economy as some type of leverage. We've, not just the United States, but we've said here at the United Nations, 143 nations have stood together and said what Iran is doing is in violation of international law, regardless of whether you're party to some conflict. You cannot start shooting in all directions, attacking your neighbors, attacking civilian shipping, civilian infrastructure, throwing mines in international waterways, and acting like the irresponsible genocidal regime that many have always accused it of being.
Ambassador?
And so the world stands with the United States that this is unacceptable behavior, and the president, just to directly answer your question, has always said this was a performance-based MOU. Iran is not living up to it, and all options are on the table. We saw that from our great U.S. military overnight.
On Friday, a senior U.S. official said that the Iranians had come to you and said that it was a mistake that they fired on a commercial ship last week. Did you believe them? They said it was an errant part of the regime. Who is the errant part of the regime, and did you believe them?
Well, look, is the Iranian regime just completely out of control? Who are we ultimately negotiating with? And if that is to be believed, then where is the discipline? I mean, this is a regime that massacred 40,000 people in the street for daring to protest.
But are you talking about the IRGC?
And athletes, but Martha, we're supposed to believe that some junior officers are going rogue and firing on ships, but yet face no consequences from a dictatorial, hierarchy-based entity like the IRGC. I don't buy it. I don't think we buy it. And at the end of the day, where's the discipline and the public apology if that's the case? And that's simply what the president and his team asked for.
But the president is going back and forth.
We got more attacks, and now you're going to get a response.
The president goes back and forth. He said the people he was talking to were very rational, nice to deal with, strong, smart, and then they're suddenly scum. What happened there?
Well, I'll just use the president's own words. He got to know them. This is a regime that cheated on the JCPOA, is obsessed with a nuclear weapon, has said they will use one if they get one, and look at what they're doing to the world's economy with drones and missiles. One can only imagine what they would do with a nuclear weapon. And as I asked in the UN Security Council, they've attacked ships from Singapore, from Cyprus, from Panama. So they use this false notion of self-defense. What did any of those countries, what did those civilian seafarers do to Iran? They did nothing to Iran. They attacked their own people. They're attacking the global economy. They're attacking their neighbors. This is a regime that is incredibly difficult to deal with. We can have no trust in all verify. But I will say, Martha, that the technical teams in terms of the nuclear file are still talking. The president's ultimate goal, and he's been very clear and very consistent, is this regime cannot have a nuclear weapon. And those experts in terms of what to do with their highly enriched uranium, with their enrichment program, with the sites that we hit in Midnight Hammer, they are still talking, even though the ceasefire has broken down.
And I have to ask you quickly, Mike Huckabee, the ambassador in Israel, our ambassador in Israel, said the Israelis did talk about a new plot, a specific plot against the president. Is that true or false?
Well, I won't get into specific intelligence, but this regime, going all the way up to the Ayatollah, has plotted to kill President Trump for many years. And not only him, but many of his cabinet officials that were involved in the killing of the Iranian general Soleimani. They have operatives here in the United States. Plots are ongoing, but our intelligence community, the FBI, our law enforcement entities are absolutely on top of it. But make no mistake that the Iranian
rounding up the illegal
is,
immigrants.
Trying to kill President Trump
not illegal immigrants,
and
American
those
citizens.
around him. It is absolutely, and it's just unacceptable on so many levels.
Okay, thank you for joining us again this morning. We appreciate your time. Coming up, all the fallout for Democrats in Maine after the exit of Graham Plattner from that critical Senate race. We'll be right back. Chat with AI character. That critical Senate race. We'll be right back. It's the Senate seat Democrats have to flip to take back control of Congress. Instead, this morning, soul-searching and uncomfortable questions in Maine about how a candidate like Graham Plattner survived the vetting process and why some of the biggest names in progressive politics brushed aside earlier allegations to support his campaign. Now, with Graham Plattner officially out of the race, what happens next? Let's go back to our Jay O'Brien reporting from Maine.
This week, Democrats here in Maine scrambling to recover from the collapsed campaign of Graham Plattner at the state party headquarters. The phone hasn't stopped ringing for 31-year-old executive director Devin Murphy Anderson and this small team, along with a growing army of unpaid volunteers. They're in uncharted political waters, building from scratch a candidate selection process in a race that could decide who controls the United States Senate.
As everyone now knows in the country, we owe the Secretary of State at 5 p.m. on Monday, July 27th, a name.
You got 2 weeks.
Yep, we've got 2 weeks. So our goal going into this was to make this as fair and transparent and inclusive a process as possible.
Democrats are now planning a 600-person party convention to be held July 25th, just 2 days before their deadline. Voters will also have a say, Murphy Anderson tells us, including meeting within their local parties beforehand. That's the biggest problem facing you guys, isn't it? Making sure that voters who voted in that primary overwhelmingly for Graham Plattner feel represented.
I think we face a lot of challenges, right? And that is definitely one of them.
Damn it.
And so the grassroots energy that we had up until this moment needs to find a home. And so one of the ways...
Are you worried that it might not?
No, I'm not. And if you are here on the ground in Maine, I'm confident that you will come away with that same conclusion.
An oyster farmer and Marine combat veteran, Plattner built an insurgent progressive campaign and guided it through storm after storm of other scandals.
Come on, damn it.
He sent sexually explicit messages to multiple women shortly after he was married in 2023. Progressives largely sticking by him until less than a week ago when an ex-girlfriend accused Plattner of sexual assault. An allegation he says isn't true.
I learned about this through press inquiries with no time to truly respond, no time for investigations before a corporate media system and the political establishment got to act as judge, jury, and execution.
A chorus of Democrats, including top supporters like Senator Bernie Sanders, that pushing Plattner to step aside.
We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be made.
Ultimately ending his campaign, Plattner blamed large forces working against him after Senate leadership threatened to pull campaign funding. Only a few days old, the race to replace Plattner is already in full swing. At least 7 hopefuls so far, pitching themselves as the best bet to unseat Maine's longtime Republican Senator Susan Collins. This November, she's the only Republican defending a Senate seat in a state Trump lost in 2024. The list of candidates includes former state Senate President and blogger Troy Jackson, trying to pick up Plattner's working-class mantle. Also Maine's Secretary of State Sheena Bellows, Maine Beer Company founder Dan Cleben, and the state's former CDC director Dr. Nirav Shah, who we met just days into his new campaign. Are you worried that Graham Plattner's scandals have made it harder to defeat Susan Collins? I haven't. You don't think you've lost valuable time as a candidate or as a Democrat?
I don't think so. Our mission hasn't changed. The person who's going to be at the front of that mission is changing, but the desire, the enthusiasm, the zeal among Democrats to defeat Susan Collins has not changed at all.
For Collins, who's won 5 Senate races in this state, changing her opponent doesn't impact her approach, telling our ABC affiliate WMTW.
I never take any race for granted.
As some Plattner supporters tell us they're grieving his campaign.
I think most of us were attracted to the politics that he spoke to. And if another candidate can speak to those politics and those concerns, I think Plattner supporters get behind that person.
They're also hoping their second choice doesn't hurt Democratic chances in November. Are you worried that some of them now won't come out to the polls in November in a race that's a must-win for Democrats?
I think people will take some time, but I think ultimately they will.
The race to watch. Our thanks to Jay. The roundtable's here to discuss that and more. We're back in 2 minutes.
Everyone thinks they know the market, but do you really know where to move?
Follow the signals and join millions of investors on eToro with an AI that helps you understand who, how, and why. eToro, know better.
If you didn't know, I create these super fun and whimsical and colorful designs, and I actually turn my sketches to art using Redbubble. My most popular design is this little star guy, so let's go ahead and unbox. Let's first start with the stickers. Wait, stop. They literally are so perfect and they feel so neat and bright and colorful. I am a big journal girly, so I created this certified journal girl. I cannot wait to put these on all my stuff and just customize it so it feels like me. Now let's unbox these t-shirts. I have never seen my art on clothing before, so I'm kind of freaking out a little bit, but let's go ahead and unbox. Oh, sassy. I love him. Freaking out. I feel maternal towards this little guy. He's super messy. Things are not perfect, and that is what I love about him. Oh yeah, brings me so much joy. Like, look at him. I was always the biggest doodler when I was a kid, and when I created my social media platform and I was doing little doodles in my journal spreads, people were like, why don't you sell that? And I was like, wait a minute, people would buy that? Like, I just couldn't comprehend that people wanted to own my art, but then so many people were supporting me and pushing me to put my art out into the world, and someone recommended Redbubble, which is how I was able to do this. When it comes to my art process, I really like to brainstorm different themes. In the summer, I did this little camping theme. Once I'm done designing them, I actually scan them and then I upload them to my Redbubble account. This is what my account looks like, and they're just so fun to look at. Some days it doesn't feel real at all that I am selling my artwork and that I am an artist on Redbubble and just putting my art out in the world. It is so crazy. It's so cool. It's so rewarding. If you want to support my art, you can use the link in my bio to get these fun little stickers, even maybe a shirt with this little star guy. If you guys have any questions, please let me know, and I hope you have an amazing day. Bye!
The roundtable's all here. Former DNC Chair Donna Brazile, the New York Times' Jonathan Swan, co-author of the new book, Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump, New Yorker staff writer Susan Glasser, and National Review editor Ramesh Ponnuru. Welcome to all of you this morning. And of course, I want to start with some thoughts about Lindsey Graham. And Donna, he was a mighty force on the Hill.
Absolutely. You know, it's ironic that he spent his last day doing what he has done his entire career, which is spending time with an ally on the thigh. That was his 10th visit to Ukraine. I knew Senator Graham first as a congressman, later as somebody who, when I was on Fox News, you can disagree with him, but you can do it with a smile. My sympathy for the people of South Carolina, his family, but he will be missed for the work that he contributed to this country, and most importantly, for the service he also did.
And Jonathan, you've written about this a lot, his complicated relationship with President Trump.
Yeah, his loss is a huge loss for the hawkish camp when it comes to Iran and Ukraine. Not just because Lindsey Graham was such a major voice in Trump's ear, he was also very good at coordinating. When you have groups of people who come to Trump at different times, he was like an orchestra conductor. This person would call, then this person would call, and keeping Trump on the hawkish side of these issues was really a Lindsey Graham project. So they've sort of lost the leader of that camp.
And the president really loved him.
He did. I was going to say, it's not even that complicated a relationship. He actually had a lot of affection for him. It started out pretty complicated, and then basically there were a few little blow-ups, but essentially they were golf partners, allies, all the rest of it.
Susan, foreign policy, as Donna mentioned, that was really where his heart was always.
No, that's exactly right. And, Lindsey Graham not only has been pushing President Trump and Republicans to support Ukraine, even at times when it looked pretty hopeless with President Trump. I think about that at a moment when Mitch McConnell, the other great Republican supporter of Ukraine in the Senate among Republicans, is, no longer really present and advocating. So I think it's a shift in Washington. But remember also, the thing about Lindsey Graham was that in a joyless, stressful, increasingly partisan time in Washington, this man essentially just was irrepressible in his not only love of the game but desire to be in the mix. And many people were looking for explanations.
And he was funny.
Well, people looking for explanations over the years how he could make such a radical shift from calling Donald Trump a kook to being his best friend in the Senate. Lindsey Graham himself told us the answer. He said, I've never talked to a president as much. I remember when we ran into him at the beginning of Trump's first impeachment, gave us the idea for a book that we ultimately ended up writing, actually, Martha. But he said, okay, Donald Trump, he doesn't always tell the truth, but he's so much fun to be with. And I think Lindsey Graham actually still saw the fun in politics at a time where many people do not.
He certainly did. And Susan mentioned Mitch McConnell. We just know nothing about him at this point. He's been in the hospital, as far as we know, since June 14th. Hasn't been seen on the Hill since the 11th. No information.
There's a long and unfortunately bipartisan tradition of elected officials not being transparent about health issues, and I think Senator McConnell is falling into that category right now. And you understand why people want to be private about these things, but I do think that there's a public interest that ought to override.
And Donna, I want to turn to Maine. We watched Jay O'Brien's piece from up there. You've been in touch with party officials. You watched this from the beginning. Was this a crisis of the Democrats on Maine?
There's a lot of blame to go around. There's a lot of blame from both, if you want to call the establishment side, who tried to insert a candidate who clearly wasn't capable of gaining the traction with voters. I'm speaking of the governor, who I have a great deal of respect for. But Mr. Plattner was a flawed candidate. We should have known from the tattoo, from the social postings. From just
I don't want to know about it, attitude.
Well, there's so much anger right now within not just the Democratic Party, but the electorate in general. And Mr. Plattner was this sort of brawny guy, the guy you see on the paper towels. This tough, I can tell the world what I think. And he came out on central casting, but he had flaws, and character still matters. Look, the truth is the Maine Democratic Party is rushing to find a nominee. They could have chosen someone, the Central Committee, but the chairman, along with the 100 members, decided to open up the process. All 16 counties will be involved. There will be
Come on, damn it.
But the bottom line is there's a lot of blame to go around.
And Jonathan, there were no real apologies. We were sitting there watching Plattner. Boy, he just took off after the media, after the establishment. So how do the Democrats deal with that?
Well, I think the interesting story about Plattner, yes, there's a story of hypocrisy and, deciding to look past the Nazi tattoo, but he wasn't put in there by the party elites. He was
Nazis
connecting
wore
voters
skull
in a powerful
on their
way.
uniform, but it's not officially a Nazi
give advice to the Democrats, I'm
tattoo.
certainly not going to, but there needs to be a deep examination of why is it that someone like that has such a deep connection now with voters, that this is what voters are looking for. It's a real question, and the party elite is clearly so out of touch with where the electorate is, certainly in that race.
And the main
come on.
Bernie Sanders was behind him. What does that do to Bernie Sanders' reputation? Anything? There weren't a lot of huge apologies after from that either.
Yeah, no, look, Plattner was embraced by, basically the entire kind of progressive wing of the Democratic Party. People are, as Donna said,
what the hell? Come on!
Anger among the
what is going on?
There are different diagnoses of why that is. Some people, like Bernie Sanders, see that as an ideological rebellion, if you will, against kind of the left centrism of the party elite. But others see it as more about insiders and outsiders, more about anger at Democrats that Donald Trump.
What the hell is going on? Come on!
This fall, which diagnosis was right, Martha?
And Ramesh, how is Susan Collins looking at this? Helps her?
Well, I think Collins would have clearly preferred Plattner. I think even before the rape allegation that knocked Plattner out of the race, Plattner was looking like a weaker candidate because of everything else surrounding it. So this was a bad week for Collins, a bad week for Republicans, good week for Democrats. But when Collins said in that clip we aired earlier, she never takes any race for granted. That's absolutely right. She has proven to be a wily survivor, and Democrat, whoever they're putting up to contest this race against her, should not underestimate her.
And Jonathan, I want to turn to the Air Force One this week. You have written about that as well. President Trump took the old Air Force One out of the NATO summit in Ankara, said it was going to see soldiers, but the New York Times and others after that said it was basically security concerns. And now the reporters from the New York Times who broke that story have been subpoenaed.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not the first time Trump has subpoenaed reporters or sent, in some cases, the FBI to their doorsteps for simply doing their jobs, doing reporting. The story that the president put out about this jet was not true. The story that my colleagues reported is true. It was very foreseeable. This Qatari jet was not suitable for going into a theater like that. It doesn't have the defensive equipment that, there's a reason why it was taking so long to prepare the new Air Force One. It wasn't only because of Boeing's inadequacies. So Trump is very happy about this.
The DOJ statement about that basically said, look, we're not going after the reporters, we're going after those who leaked classified information that can hurt national security, which is almost a validation of what they wrote.
Leak investigations don't tend to look like this, and when you send federal law enforcement to the doorstep of a reporter, hard to view it as anything other than intimidation.
It raises a question, why did he get a plane that is not ready to fly? They're trying to retrofit it to the tune of, $1 billion, $400 million. I don't want to get a subpoena, I don't want nothing. But why did they retrofit a plane that couldn't even fly into a zone like this? That's the question.
Trump wanted a luxury jet. It's not that much more complicated than that. Obviously, it can fly. It just doesn't have the defensive equipment that you would expect from an Air Force One. People who are experts in this that talk to my colleagues say, fine to fly it domestically, just don't be flying it into a country that borders Iran.
But apparently it is very comfortable. I'm sorry, you guys, this is all the time we have today. Up next, Congressman Michael McCaul is fresh off a meeting with President Zelensky in Ukraine. We'll be right back.
Dare any man over 60 to put beef tallow on his face every night for 3 weeks and not look 20 years younger and sharper. I dare you. Your wrinkles will disappear. Your eye bags will deflate. Your jawline will sharpen. Your skin will get thicker and firmer and healthier than it's been in 20 years. And you'll look in the mirror and see a man who looks 10 to 15 years younger staring back at you. Every single man who's tried it says the same thing. I wish I started sooner. Forge Beef Tallow Balm. Takes 20 seconds a night. Shop yours now while it's still at 50% off.
The NATO summit was successful for us. I hope that it will continue.
We were on the front lines, visiting your air assault brigades, and I have to say we were very impressed. I mean, the innovation you've made with your drone technology is very impressive.
Be right back.
Ukraine's President Zelensky this week with Congressman Michael McCaul, who was awarded the country's Medal of Freedom for his staunch support of Ukraine through the more than 4-year-long conflict. Congressman McCaul joins me now from Warsaw, Poland, after his visit to Ukraine. Good morning to you, Congressman. I know you were as shocked as anyone about the news about Lindsey Graham. You were friends with Senator Graham. He had just left Ukraine as well, although I know you were on different codels. How do you think Senator Graham should be remembered?
Well, first of all, it's a sad day for America. I think the Senate lost a giant today. He was my mentor, my friend. We shared the same worldview that when we are strongest at home, the United States.
Do you think that being gay is wrong? Do I think being gay is wrong?
Don't think Trump is racist. No.
Okay, so then why do you think that?
If you want me to,
he called for their death even though they were
let's
exonerated.
talk about the Central Park plot. All right, let's talk about the Central Park plot. How much do you know about the Central Park plot?
Okay, well, he's not going to respond to this.
Well, I'm actually trying to look up the plot, so and we can read it together.
Because you don't know the plot, you're just assuming it's the same. Yeah, how old are you?
24.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election note today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you have to vote for?
Yeah, obviously Trump.
Why do you support Trump?
Real quick, I just actually wanted to piggyback off of what one of the last smarter people was talking about, specifically about the black vote. So, if it is the case that you think that Donald Trump is racist in America and is taking away black people's rights, can you tell me the percentage of the percentage of the black vote each time Trump ran, and tell me
that has no bearing on whether or not he's a racist. Why would that even fucking matter?
Brand doesn't change the fact that he is racist, right?
Okay, if it is.
How about him trying to hide and destroy the black history in this country?
How is it
taking down the slavery exhibit
and at least actually if it
Washington, Washington history
against Trump?
I forgot where it was.
Okay, and what if,
so you say black people are noticing this? Wait, you say black people are noticing this? The predominant majority, overwhelming majority of black people voted against Trump.
Obviously, women are not going to be voting for Donald Trump. Let's not be oblivious right now. Now, give me the percentage of the
not
full
just
black
women,
vote.
it's specifically black
Give
women.
me the percentage of the
92%.
full black vote.
Wait, I think it's like 73%, 78%.
No, I'm asking you a specific question. Give me the numbers from the 2016, 2020, and 2024 rates, and tell me those numbers.
I don't know why you're so angry. If you'd like to cite them yourself, you can look them up.
You're playing dumb. That's what you're doing.
I'm sorry, I don't have them in front of me. If you want to look them up, if you want to go chill out for a second.
You're the computer guy.
You have a computer, don't you?
I have a phone in front of me, buddy.
Do you have anything else?
Why would I have anything else?
Well, I don't know.
I'm not the one who's on live, am I not? Man,
you are on live,
I can't believe I got you this stumped. How about your buddy?
So you're on live right now.
Yeah. Oh my
Why are you mad, bro? Are you mad, bro?
I'm not. You're just being oblivious. I expected more.
Oblivious?
I expected more.
What do you expected more? You're just asking me.
I expected more. I asked you this question 3 times already. You have a computer. Look it up.
I can look it up for you. I'll tell you.
Okay, and tell me that those numbers practically do not double.
It doesn't.
2016 to 2020, let's see it. I think he got maybe 6% of the black vote, 6-7%, then he got about 13% of the black vote. Then 2024 got about, what, maybe about 20%, 22%? What are the numbers looking like, buddy?
Yeah, I'm clicking on it right now. Give me a second.
So let's start with 2016 first. Let's go one at a time. So wait, it's not that hard for you.
So here, I'll show you on the screen what's coming up. I'm not quite sure how to fully interpret this data. Yeah, I can just look at it for a second further. This is what's coming up. To me, it doesn't look like the proportion of people who are voting for him are increasing. It says decreasing in the amount that you deem as
you can't even
white.
You can't even see where the black is. You can't even see it. What are you talking about? Not to mention that you're literally proving my point, Parker. You're literally proving my point. 2016. You see how small that little the lighter yellow bar is? You see how in number 2 that virtually is doubled. Then in number 3 that virtually is doubled too. So thank you for proving my point.
Wait, so it went from 1 to 3? It went from 1 to 3%?
No.
Of his vote? It went 1 to 3% of his vote went, and that's what he's crashing out about.
This is in proportion to all of races. You understand that, right?
Yeah, if you want to acknowledge that his
African Americans, stop arguing with a straw man, bro. Stop.
Why are you crashing out, dude? It's okay. You don't have to be so emotional.
I really expected more, Parker. Now, can you actually
give me about the percentage of people who are black that voted for Trump or not? What do you mean you expected more? We haven't even gotten to a broader conversation. You're just crashing out.
If I go on Teacup right now and I look up the numbers, percentages.
No,
you don't want the answer? Okay.
You are gonna be okay.
I do feel bad for you though because talking to the last people, I was getting so mad because such uneducated people come on here and talk to you.
Yeah,
so
you're one of them.
Yourself, sir.
Oh, yeah, and yet you couldn't even answer my question.
I did answer your question, sir.
Out of the black vote, out of everyone's vote, or out of the black community specifically,
I already answered
And
it, and I showed you on the screen.
Okay, alright, so let me just, can I back check you then? If I go on Team Cup, are you gonna kick me?
No, go ahead. You can go look up whatever you'd like. What do you mean fact check me? I showed you something from Pew Research, sir. I don't know why he's crashing out so badly. Can we put some baby bottles in the comment section for this Trump supporter throwing a temper tantrum? It's crazy. Sam, by the way, thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. We did W's for Sam in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. He said, Parker, you're awesome. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you so much. Joshua, thank you for the $6.70. Thank you very much. Emma with the $25. Thank you very much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you. I definitely will make sure to do so. As well as Kira, thank you so much for the dollar. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. No, I actually have heard about it, but I haven't seen it quite yet. But thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I'll make sure to bring that up and look more into that. Thank you very much. Lila, thank you for the $3 for giving some baby bottles for the guests for Wise Bro So Press. I have no clue. He's just so angry for no reason. Over the taco, thank you for the $5 for according to Forbes. It went from 8% to 12%. Yeah, I'll have to look more and see specifically what other things are saying. It says in 2024, according to Politico, that it was 15% of black voters overall. I just like, is this really what you're parading about? You're saying because 15% of black people voted for Trump, that makes him not racist? Like, that's such a crazy argument.
Hold on.
Stupid
So let's
argument.
just be clear.
Totally
the main argument
stupid.
is that when you're talking about Donald Trump being racist in America, I would assume that since your buddy Dean ran with the topic of he's ripping rights away from black people, you would also say the same, right?
He said that Donald Trump is racist. I agree.
So you wouldn't agree that Donald Trump is ripping rights away from black people, then, right?
I mean, I don't think that's a claim that we specifically ever made. I think that we can argue that the current system is disenfranchising black people within this country. Not that, like, black people have been prevented from voting or something, or have a specific right taken away from them. Okay. He's just crashing out. He doesn't want to respond to the fact that we called Trump racist because he knows it's true, by the way. No pushback on that point. Did you disagree?
I just asked you.
Do you disagree that Trump is racist?
I don't think Trump is racist. No.
Okay, so then why do you think that?
You want me to? I'll give you an example of how Trump is not racist.
Okay.
Okay. There was one person who was accused of a very, very violent, grotesque crime that you would call it rape on TikTok, right? His name was Mike Tyson. And one of the only people that came out to defend Mike Tyson was Donald Trump. If Donald Trump was a racist...
This doesn't make him not racist. What are you talking about?
No.
Wait. What about the Central Park 5? He called for
That's the same thing as, well, I have a black friend, that means I'm not a racist. Bullshit.
Central Park 5.
No, like, I know
That's bad argument.
that they were exonerated based upon
Argument.
evidence.
Okay, let me ask you something. Did those boys not admit to the crime that they committed, as well as their parents being in the room with them, except for one boy, the oldest?
They were exonerated based upon DNA evidence. That particular admission was under duress. It was admission under duress, which is inadmissible.
You can resort to the talking point of they were exonerated because you have no idea what you're talking about.
I said they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence, and then wait, are you admitting? Wait, are you saying right now that you think they were guilty? Wait, do you think they were guilty?
Yes. I don't. Do you really want my opinion? Let me speak it then. Let me speak it then. I think that they most certainly were wilding out in the park. Now, they did not commit the SA against the actual woman because they were young boys who were inexperienced with that type of violent action. You know who was hard on for it? The man who literally raped his mom. And not to mention, he actually came out and said that he was the only person that did this and whatnot, and yet, actually from the investigation, the police chief, who was black, who ran the investigation, literally said, they looked back at the notes of when they were interviewing him, and they literally said, what was it? He took a Walkman, that the recorder thing that, people used back in the day to listen to CDs and stuff like that. He said that he took a Walkman and no one would know about it or something like that. And yet one of those boys literally recalled that happening. So that means that they were there. They were definitely there. And not to mention, 1 out of the 5 boys, literally 4 out of the 5 had their parents present. The only one that did not have their parent present was the oldest one. And not to mention, 1 of the 5, their fathers brought them down to the police station because he confessed to his father about what he had done. in terms of beating up a woman.
So explain to me why you think they were exonerated. Wait, hold on. Pause for a second. Can you pause for a second and stop screaming into the mic?
Well, let's take it back to the topic of Trump.
You said, no, hold on. We were going through this. Let me stress this. Do you think that they are guilty?
I think that they were guilty for assaulting the woman, yes.
Okay, so then
putting her
dismiss that they were exonerated predicated off of DNA evidence.
I don't dismiss that it's factual that they were actually exonerated, but considering that they made a TV show about it specifically to put a fire under somebody's ass to get them exonerated, that seems kind of. And the TV show that
so, by the way, he said the TV show means that it didn't happen. Like, what are these guys arguing?
About the DNA going into the police station saying,
hey, volume down. Bring the volume down a little bit. Can you stop screaming?
Now, hold on. Let's bring it back to Trump then. Now, when specifically at the time, you cannot look at this from a lens of today's day and age where these kids were exonerated, right? Specifically, they admitted to the crime on camera with their parents present.
Under duress.
I don't. Under duress. Can you explain to me how they're under duress when they're...
And then they were exonerated based on DNA evidence. Again, I'm going to tell you one more time. Please stop screaming in the mic.
Can you explain that?
He's so loud. I told you. I already explained to you he was exonerated based on DNA evidence. You said you wanted to move back to Trump. Do you want to move back to Trump? Do you want me to explain broadly? Do you want me to explain?
I said that he did not get an essay. How would they have DNA? How in the world would I think?
Stop screaming. Can you stop screaming?
I'm not screaming.
You can watch this later. You can hear yourself screaming well.
Okay, Parker, let me ask you a question. Did I not just say I do not think that they committed the SA act?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
You're an apologist, of course. I would expect you to say that.
How would they find DNA evidence, specifically in relation to the junk area? How would I believe that they find DNA evidence on her from the boys when I literally said I don't think that they committed the act of SA? The only person that actually did commit the act of SA is the man who was a serial rapist. And I'm not a great apologist. I don't even know where you get this from. But specifically, now
do you believe Eugene Carroll? Do you believe Eugene Carroll?
No. Who would believe Eugene Carroll?
There you go.
So yeah, you are.
You
exactly.
rape apologist.
You literally don't believe someone who got a civil liability.
I'm sorry, did Eugene Carroll not acknowledge?
Hey, Will.
Hang up on his ass. Being unreasonable.
Wait. Why is it going up? Hey! That's too expensive.
Hey, Will. Chill out. Trump was held civilly liable.
Not acknowledging it.
Will, chill out. Trump was held civilly liable for using Eugene Carroll unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. Okay? Can you acknowledge that he's a violence defender?
I can acknowledge that there was a weaponization of the justice system against Donald Trump. Now, to get back to Eugene Carroll,
oh, by
did you know
Donald
that
Trump.
she
Not again.
That she admitted
by
that
Donald
she was
Trump.
specifically knew about a Law and Order episode that perfectly depicts what she said happened to her when it came to Trump? And she said she was aware of the episode, but she had never seen it?
No, she's aware of Law and Order, but she'd never seen that episode.
No.
So Law and Order SVU. So shut up and listen. Stop screaming.
Do I need to fact check you on this now, too?
Do you need to be quiet for a second? Can you have some self-control?
Okay, are you going to kick me if I go on teacup while I listen to you?
No.
Okay.
No one's going to kick you. I bet you're going to run away before there would be a situation where I kick you.
Why would I run away? I'm literally killing you.
No, you're getting
you're not.
No,
you're fucking not.
You are getting obliterated.
I'm doing pretty good.
Dude,
no, you're not.
You think I'm destroying him? Type 3 in the comment section.
Yeah, because all of your comments are just the Glazers. What are you talking about, bud?
Yeah. So
you probably got
is there anyone that thinks you're winning?
People in the guest box. You probably got 50 or 60 people in the guest box who are ops. That's about it. That's everyone on my side, bro. Who the hell comes here?
You want to know why? You want to know why? Because Trump supporters don't exist. Because you guys are scared to debate me.
I'm here, am I not? And I literally
I'm saying you guys broadly. And Will, you're getting dog walked. You're getting dog walked, Will. How does it feel? Hey, Will, how does it feel? You're getting dog walked repeatedly.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna get this concession when I show you that Eugene Carroll acknowledged the episode. Right?
Well, I need you to be quiet real quick. Let me explain my position.
Concession.
Can you stop screaming and let me explain my position without cutting me off?
Concession, right?
Can you be quiet, please?
Am I going to get a concession?
No, because you're going to be wrong. So let me explain. So,
I'm right. You'll confess.
He can't listen to me because he knows I'm right. You know that if I am able to speak, that I'm going to prove you wrong. So that's why you've got to cut me off. So let's just be very clear. E. Jean Carroll, right, knew Law & Order SV existed, didn't watch the episode, and even if she had watched the episode prior, that is not justification that she got this from the episode. Law & Order SVU is literally a series about people specifically, about assault crimes, right? Crimes, okay? Especially involving children, right? So, of course, there's going to be a lot of episodes that have very similar stories to other people's situations where they've been it.
You want to put me on big screen so we can show this? Oh, wait, that's the wrong thing.
That's you, by the way.
Yeah, that was 2016.
Donald Trump received between 8 to 11% of the black vote in 2016.
So it was actually more than I expected in 2016. But that number still goes up.
Okay, where is it? It's you looking up on AI, by the way. It's literally him looking up on AI.
What the heck?
Young master, please come home.
Elias, I'm here to take you home. Who are those people? Why would Elias go with them? Could that be his real family? That woman looked powerful. And that car, isn't that Robert Mercer's car? The richest man in the country?
Impossible. Maybe they are actors Elisha's hired. Fool mom and dad to beg him to stay.
I knew it. That monster never learns. Once he's suffered enough, he'll crawl his way back.
And when he does, we can't forgive him so easily.
Mr. Mercer, young master lost his right leg and one kidney. The incision was severely infected by repeated strikes. The good news is he got here just in time, or it could be fatal. How dare they treat my son like this?
Dad, you just had surgery yourself. Don't get worked up.
How could I not? The boy I've been searching for 18 years.
Are you Robert Mercer, the richest man in the country, who owned dozens of public companies worth hundreds of billions?
There's no richest man here. I'm your father.
Elias, I'm Natalie. Your sister. Real sister.
Sister? The CEO of Secret Group, the biggest company in the country, is my sister?
18 years ago, you were taken from us. I've been searching for you ever since. I finally... We found you. I'm so sorry, son.
I'm your son?
Yes. We've already run the DNA test. You're our family.
Son, what have you been through all these years? Your leg. It's okay. If you don't want to.
What the hell? It's literally showed me. Well, I mean, unless you can show me where AI gets it wrong in certain instances, then I'll take the concession and say.
Because you have to click on the sources and do research yourself, bro. How old are you, bro?
Well, I know this research myself. I just look it up for the AI overview because I know it's truth.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can actually go in there and cite your source.
Wait, so what's your source? You said you were going to provide me a source about E. Jean Carroll. Where's that at?
Okay, I'm trying to, but it keeps I literally have it added on my thing.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm on.
Heidi, by the way, thank you for the galaxy, by the way. Thank you so much.
Yep.
As well as Reno, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Why is Trump erasing Black history? Exactly. That's a good point to bring up. Those Riley, thank you for the $3. And Lee, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit better today.
Hey, Parker, at least I've been the longest guy on here, so I'm at least having your day. She acknowledging for 2023, acknowledge being aware of the 2012 Law & Order SVU episode that featured a grave in a Bergdorf Goodman dressing room. Kiss my ass! Where's the concession? Where's the concession?
Where's the concession? You are so unimpressive.
Move your head.
Where is the concession?
Yeah, so by the way, so she was aware that an episode existed that was in Bergdorf Goodman.
Yep.
Now that she got her... Wait, by the way, let me just be clear. So, I'll concede that she knew about the specific episode that involved Bergdorf Goodman. That doesn't mean that she got her story from that. And your own AI overview says that. Can you concede that your own AI overview says that she didn't get the message specifically?
It might say,
Can you admit that your own AI overview... Wait. Can I get a concession real quick? That your own AI overview admits that she did not get her story from the episode. Can you admit that?
Why? Okay. Here's how dumb you sound. Why would E. Jean Carroll, if she was actually lying about it, why would she admit that she got the story from an SVU episode if she's trying to act like she actually was? Are you this stupid, Parker? Please, use logic. Please. Please,
you have no evidence that she got this from the episode. Okay, just because it's located. Sir, just because it's located in Bergdorf Goodman does not mean the story is the exact same. What showed in Bergdorf Goodman that was the exact same as the E. Jean Carroll case? Because there was distinctions between the episode and what happened in her story. Push the galaxy. It's literally just what happened in Bergdorf Goodman. Okay, well, he's not going to respond to this.
I'm actually trying to look up the plot and we can read it together.
Because you don't know the plot, you're just assuming it's the same. You see this? He's just assuming it's the same. He didn't even actually know the plot or look at the plot to see that it's similar or anything. He's just got this talking point loaded up, and he's just running with the talking point. Lila, thank you for the $2 for as a headphone user. My ears are bleeding. Get this guy a pacifier, please. Yeah, he needs one, honestly. Pacifier fund has now dropped. Can you get this guy a pacifier, actually? Get him a baby bottle, actually. They're specifically made pacifiers and baby bottles directly for this guest. What can I say, actually? Also, can I ask you a question? Will, I want you to get back. This is going to be a really funny question. I can't wait to ask this one. He's so cooked. Will, thank you for the $5. Thank you for LOL. The AI is only right when it agrees with me. Also, get a damn real job. I know, right?
Me?
Yeah, Will, you get a real job. Yeah, get a real job, Will.
Well, I didn't know if it was addressing me now. Are you ready to
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Are we going to stay on topic with this?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Damn.
It's not showing.
Oh, well.
I hope he's lagging. Already give him a second, everyone.
Try to zoom out for you. I don't know why it's...
No, he's not. He's not loading up.
Better?
There you go.
You want to read it for us? I mean, because I...
No, you read it.
Okay. 79-year-old former journalist testified she was aware of the episode, but I haven't seen it. A brief moment of the episode titled Theater and Tricks involves a character talking about role-playing a great fantasy in Bergdorf Goodman. Roleplay took place in the dressing room of Bergdorf's while she was trying on lingerie. I would burst in, the character says. Carroll, in her lawsuit, claims the former commander-in-chief in her fitting room, I can't see that, raped her in the fitting room in the lingerie section of the Fifth Avenue department store, most likely in 1996.
So, by the way, the only similarity is the location. That's
location.
The only similarity in the plot is the location, by the way, everybody. The fact that it's a dressing room and the fact that it's Bergdorf Goodman, that's it. It's nothing else about the case. It's literally just those two things. And he's extrapolating because those two things are the same. That then means she wasn't assaulted because she had to have got this from the episode. Now watch this. You're about to get cooked. Let me ask you this question. When was this episode released? What year?
No, I don't know. Can you tell me?
2012. That was after she had told her friends that she was... Explain to me how she had told her friends in 1995, 1996, and then somehow this episode comes out later, over a decade and a half later, and then
that's hearsay, bro. That's hearsay. That's hearsay.
No, this is hearsay. Listen, and please listen without cutting me off. Hey, he's cutting me. He's getting mad.
That
he's
is
getting
hearsay.
mad. He's screaming.
Yeah, because that's hearsay.
I love that you're screaming. It's really funny.
It's hearsay.
Stay mad, bro. Stay mad, bro.
How are you going to say my friend?
Do you want me to finish my point, or do you want to keep crashing out?
Is it not hearsay?
Do you want to keep crashing out?
Yeah, thank you. No answer is an answer, buddy.
No, I don't think it's hearsay. Now, let me
hearsay.
Stop crashing out.
Is that not hearsay?
Can we get some baby bottles in the comment section for this guy? He's crashing out. Let me speak.
Hearsay.
No.
And I say, okay, Parker, Dean just texted me and said that you were him. Is that hearsay? Idiot.
Idiot!
No, it's a witness account specifically of what she told them. Okay? Let me explain.
A witness
Let me explain. A witness account of what she told them.
They can't prove it?
Hey, stop crashing out. Let me explain my position, and then you'll have time to
Was
speak.
it after?
Chill. I'm gonna speak. I'm explaining to you. You can calm down. Stare the cat. Okay? I'll explain to you once you're done screaming and crashing out.
Man, that ain't cracking my energy drink either. I gotta go to the gym, bro.
Hey, dude. Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right.
Sorry, go.
Okay. All right. So
By the
what
way,
were we just
thanks
talking
guys
about?
for all the tokens and stuff like that. I very much so appreciate it. Go follow the TikTok page. Well, if you're going to be quiet, why don't we talk about Dean's latest stuff?
No, I'm just waiting for you to finish. Okay? You're now speaking and no one can hear you. Okay? So do you want me to finish what I'm saying, or do you just want to keep cutting me off?
Go explain how it's not your side.
Yeah, I got you. So again, can you actually how about this? Can you define hearsay?
Yeah, it's basically, I would define hearsay as when somebody tells you something that they can't actually prove.
Okay, so you're saying
Like,
something
they
without
can,
proof.
they can say a conversation happened, but they can't actually prove that conversation happened.
Yeah, I think you're using hearsay a little bit differently.
Or
than how
actually,
typically
no,
use it,
I
but
am wrong. I
that's
am wrong. Well, not really, because the whole case of E. Jean Carroll is all hearsay, or
No, it's
he said,
not.
she said.
Okay, so your
Right?
definition of hearsay is just he said, she said?
Well, basically, but then the determination will be like there's no fact to actually prove that specific conversation or anything like that happened.
Okay, so there's just no sufficient evidence to, okay, we'll use hearsay that way. And there's no specific evidence to prove this. Okay, watch this. Okay? So what I'm saying happened is a first-person witness account of the fact that she told this to them at that point. Meaning that she had a story to describe specifically that she was back then that she described that was consistent with what specifically we are hearing now. That means that information was there prior to the existence of the Law & Order episode. Okay? The Law & Order episode is in 2012 and results after, right? She was then telling those particular friends at that time, which they then testified under oath that they were told that this story happened at that particular time. So it's not possible
If you're talking
that
about
she
being
would have got
under
the
oath,
story.
that is not.
So it's not possible that she would have got this story. I can't hear you. I muted you. Okay, it's not possible that she
It's
would
just
have got
ass
that.
time. What's your argument?
Keep
about
him muted.
And let me please finish. So it's
Go ahead.
literally not possible that she got the story from the Law
You're
&
too
Order
young, you don't
episode because
understand.
It didn't exist yet.
Okay, let me ask you just something crazy, just to make sure that you would actually think that this is actually possible. Is it possible in any way that E. Jean Carroll told these women, "Hey, I need you to lie for me"? Is it possible she could have said that?
Logically possible, very unlikely.
Yes. Okay, so you're at least acknowledging it's possible.
Of course, it's logically possible that the unicorns exist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's your point?
Now,
it's very unlikely.
Now, specifically, what I don't think that even when someone's under oath and testifying about what somebody told them X amount of years ago, or so on and so forth, I don't think it brings up as much, or it does bring up more scrutiny as maybe like DNA evidence or specific confirmatory evidence that would show a link between Donald Trump and her being there at the same time, or anything like that. Now, when we're specifically talking about the E. Jean Carroll case, you would admit there's no confirmatory there's no confirmatory evidence at all in this case.
Oh, I think there is. Can you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
Yeah, Natasha Stoyanov. Why would Natasha Stoyanov go to where Trump was at? I don't know if it was Mar-a-Lago or somewhere else. Why would she go there, interview him about his love story with Melania, get essayed, and then go home to write about the best love story she had ever heard from Donald Trump? Can you explain that?
What does this have to do with E. Jean Carroll?
Isn't that kind of, because they used Natasha Stoyanov to prove Donald Trump's escapade character, did they not?
Yeah, but do you think
sure
that
not.
she lied?
That's oh wait,
Okay,
that's
sure
evidence,
not.
right?
Do you think she lied?
That's evidence that they used, right?
Yeah, do you think she lied? Is it specifically priors? Do you think
I
that she lied?
find it very highly unlikely that a woman would go interview a man about a love story with his wife, Melania.
then get pushed up against the wall, be SA'd, and then go home and write a great love story about this same person that just her. How believable is that, Parker?
Okay, so when we live in a society where people like you don't believe victims after they've held their abuser, can you please stop talking? Okay, when we live in a society where raging, screaming men like you will not believe victims even when they've held their abusers accountable in the context of a civil court, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating a woman's against her will, who has a history of bragging about walking into the changing rooms of women while they're changing without consent, when 2 18-year-olds came out for 4 girls who was 15 years old in these changing rooms, who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, right? Donald Trump has a history
Grabbed by the pussy, don't forget that.
And bragging about grabbing women without asking. He has a history of 27 plus people that have accused him of misconduct. He has a history of a relationship with Epstein where he was very close with Epstein, best buds with Epstein, specifically where he was also even accused by Jane Doe 4, who got a settlement with the Epstein estate for her accusations against Epstein relating to abuse and trafficking, and she accused Epstein of trafficking her to Trump. Okay? So there's countless things I can point to in terms of Donald Trump's history that indicate that he's engaged in this particular behavior. So why wouldn't a victim come out right away and would continue to do exactly what she was planning to do before? Well, because she lives in a society where people like you aren't willing to believe her regardless, where she feels like she doesn't have community, where she feels like she's going to have retribution for coming out with this information in the first place. As people like Donald Trump with huge access to power and who are very well connected can use that power to go after victims who try to come out against them. Okay? And again, this whole fucking argument is the same bullshit that we're trying to rid even within our party, because the same people will use these same fucking stupid arguments with people who are on the left, like Graham Plattner. They're on the same fucking arguments of, oh, I'm not happy that they came out specifically at the time they came out. Why didn't they come out earlier, actually, when they saw that they were coming out and actually running beforehand? Why didn't they come out right away? Just because someone doesn't come out right away doesn't mean it didn't happen to them. And we all know people in our lives where that not come out right away, okay? Just because someone has not come out right away does not mean it didn't happen to them. And people like you that are disgusting rape apologists will constantly perpetuate this idea that just because people don't come out right away, that means there's something wrong with the accusation.
Moral grandstanding? Is this what they call moral grandstanding?
Is that what you're doing? Yeah.
How? What?
Yeah.
How am I telling off my morals when you're one shaming me for quote unquote being a rape apologist when I've done no such thing?
You are.
All I'm doing is asking for a little bit of confirmatory evidence. Not
I already gave you some. I've given you plenty.
Confirmatory meaning actual hard evidence.
Criticize any of the evidence I just listed for you.
In specific, with what? E.J. Carroll?
Wow, he couldn't mention.
Start with the jury that
bunch of pieces of evidence
found him liable for sexual abuse. Start with that.
Specifically talking about E.J. Carroll and what was admitted into that
having a character of violently abusing people or of exploiting women is relevant to whether or not he committed abuse. Obviously, it's relevant. Obviously, it's relevant to the idea that he committed abuse. That specifically, he has committed exploitation, bragged about committing exploitation. He's little girls. He's literally
crap.
27 plus
Damn
people
it.
misconduct.
Gotta quit
He
doing that.
has credible accusations from victims who got settlements from the Epstein estate. That's all evidence of his prior character.
Damn it.
Evidence
Come
specifically
on.
against him bragging about grabbing women by the without asking. That's again more evidence. For him bragging about doing the very thing that he literally was convicted of doing, was held liable for doing. On yourself, bro.
Yeah, it's just all shotgun talking points. I'm not even going to address it because that has nothing to do with
because you
got
destroyed.
Yeah, how many times have I heard you guys tout off these same shotgun points?
And you have no response, buddy.
Okay, I can also say I disagree with the comments about Trump and the comments with his daughter and stuff like that, and probably even with the dressing room thing, even though he said he walked backstage.
Wait. Backstage to where? Katie,
that's all he said, backstage.
Wait,
I'll be right back.
No, he said backstage to an area where no men are, where no men are, specifically where women are changing and that they have no clothes on.
Okay, but I don't have any problem with saying that that's a bad look and that should be condemned.
Okay, but that demonstrates a character. That demonstrates priors and characters of him engaging in exploitation, and you're totally okay with overlooking that as a basis for evidence for the fact that he abused people?
That's prejudicial.
What do you mean?
Like let's say if Donald Trump was accused of murder maybe like 15, 20 years ago, right? And he's found guilty for it. Let's say the minimum sentence is like 5 years. He serves 5 years. Then he gets out again. Then he murders somebody else. And then another case is brought against him. Nowhere can the court say, because he committed this crime in the past, he's more likely to commit it now. That is prejudicial.
Wait, you can use something called prior bad acts. So you can use prior bad acts to demonstrate that someone has a character like this, that they would commit these particular crimes. Yes, they can. They literally did it in the context of the court case. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, in the context of the court case where it was completely Democrat funded and ran with a Democrat judge.
Completely Democrat funded. No, it's because of the fact that. Wait, I'm sorry. You're such an idiot. You're such an idiot that you think that prior bad acts is not applicable to cases. Like, you're an idiot. You literally don't know this. How the hell do you not know this?
Shall we look it up if it's prejudicial or not?
Look up. Can prior bad acts be used for the civil court determinations?
I'm going to sell this load and I'm going to go ahead and call it quits. And next, when I continue, I've got to start mowing that grass, get that grass done.
Chat with AI character. Get it today.
Wait, by the way, Taryn, thank you for the $5. And also $100 for you to tell this pompous, misogynistic incel to disrespectfully go himself, since no one else ever will. Thank you so much, Taryn. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I totally agree with your statement. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Russell, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get the W's for Russell in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Emma. Thank you for the $15. Yes, I do need to get a lullaby machine for guests like this. But no, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Literally, he has no clue what that means. Katie, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that work is literally so important. I totally get you there. There's so many people out there that feel like they don't need to be, so you're totally right. Katie as well, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Crystal, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Really appreciate the dressing room. And the SV episode was not the main plot of the episode. FYI, thank you for the firework. Thank you very much. It was a side story to the assault that took place. I've seen that episode many times. Thank you so much, Crystal. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, actually, Will, can you thank all the donors for sending me money? And can you especially thank Taryn?
Yeah, it's a lovely world of capitalism. Thank you, guys. Right, Parker?
I'm not a socialist. I'm a liberal.
Okay. You're a classical liberal with a lowercase?
I'm a social democratic liberal.
So, but like in terms of like, you know what a classical liberal is, right? Like in terms of like
that, it just means conservative. It's the same thing Dave Rubin says. It just means conservative.
So, what liberal used to mean is actually just the definition of conservative.
Classical liberal, the way that's used is to refer to conservatives. Like it's like a specific term that conservatives.
How is it used to refer to conservatives?
Okay, I'm just. Dude, I'm a liberal. You don't need to know all this.
Did progressives before 10 years ago have this same policy stance? Are you willing to say that they were conservative? Or actually, so you're basically saying the whole country was conservative up until 10 years ago, right?
Conservative is predicated based upon how it's a response to the current set of dynamics of where the views typically are, the Overton window. Okay, I think it's a little bit too confusing for you to understand, so I'm just telling you I'm a liberal.
Okay, well, it just sounds pretty dumb when you're saying that actually when you refer to classical liberal, you're just talking about conservatives. But
yeah, that's typically what that would mean.
You would be labeling everyone as conservative, right?
Yeah, like historically.
At least with the policy stance up until 10 years ago.
Historically, the liberals that were defined as liberals would be defined as conservatives today. So, like, that's how the Overton window works.
I agree with that, yeah. So, I do have one question.
Go ahead.
One question. How did you feel about your buddy Dean making the case for black people being wrongly incarcerated?
Push that mustache. What makes you think that?
Well, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Wait, do you mean like he was making the case that there's systemic racism?
Well, so a caller came onto his show and said specifically, what are we going to do about all this way I think he said proportionate black crime or something like that, or something along those lines.
Wait, by the way, are you driving?
No, I'm in my truck, but I'm not driving. I'm in a gas station. Okay. I'm just airing up my truck before I get off. Because like I said, I have to go to the gym. But basically, the caller came on and said, "What are you gonna do about?"
Is that what it is?
Well, my armpits are sweating a little bit. It's a little hot here. It is summer, and plus my truck's running, so you can tell my truck is running. So
like, okay,
I'm sweating. It's a hot ass day. I'm sitting in my truck. Anyways, the caller comes on and says, "What are we gonna do about all this black crime?" And Dean says, "Well, what about the black people being disproportionately wrongfully convicted and stuff like that?"
Yeah.
You didn't see that clip?
That's true.
Or you did? You did see that clip?
Yeah, like most exonerations are applicable to people who are black because people who are black are over criminalized within our system. For example, with the use of M drug, the elevation substance that I love, it's legal in many states. White people and black people use it at the same rate, have possession at the same rate, but black people are 4 times more likely to be arrested for it.
But when we're specifically looking at the numbers and whatnot, are you willing to say that majority of specifically black people in the prison system are wrongfully incarcerated, or at least a high percentage of them?
I would say high percentage. I don't know if I could say majority, but a high percentage.
Okay. Do you know how many exonerations have happened since the last 40 years?
I know that the amount of exonerations isn't very high.
Yeah. What, maybe 4,000? Do you know how many black people are in the prison system?
Well, what's the argument you're trying to make?
I want to know what your evidence is.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. It's Farming Simulator 22, Silverrun Forrest, Woody Johnson Farm. This is part 2. I'm Corky Duke, Corky Duke Farminator. Come with me if you want to farm. And thanks for watching. We'll see you all next time. I'll probably be doing this again tomorrow. Well, maybe not. Tomorrow's Monday, so I may have a problem with that. But I'm going to try. Anyway, I gotta work tomorrow night. Normally I get Monday night off, but I got to work tomorrow.